Hello everybody and welcome to this latest EASA workshop and webinar on conformity assessment. My name is John Franklin, I'm Head of Safety Promotion. I'm just going to support and guide you all through the day. We've got people here in the room in Cologne and hopefully at least 350 people joining us on the webinar as well. So between the two, I'm sure the technology is really well set now, so hopefully you'll enjoy the day and there's lots of interesting discussions and presentations. I'm going to hand straight over to our Brussels office where our Strategy and Safety Management Director, Luc Titgat, is going to open this event. Luc, over to you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, John. Good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to be not with you physically in a meeting, but connected to this large community which has decided to spend time with us today. Yes, 330. This is probably the sign of interest. Even we are in July, I see that still, we gain some interest from this file. Why this workshop is important, and I will speak from not from ATM perspective, but from really the strategic dimension of this initiative, which has to be perceived like that. As you know, I'm Luc Titgat, Director for Safety Management and Strategy, and for us, it's extremely important that we have now this on the table of the ATM community. So the workshop will be a time when we will look at how the process will be established, and process has been adopted. A positive opinion of the EASA committee last week. So this is a major milestone in the aviation, I would say, history, because I think we had so far developed the ATM based on interoperability rules, which were outdated and had to be replaced, and their life, by the way, was planned by the regulator to be finished by the 13th of September this year. So with this position of the EASA committee on recognizing the need to start implementing the rule, the new rule, the ground equipment, I would say, certification mechanism, I think we are really now ready. Ready for what? Ready for preparing the transformation and the modernization of the ATM infrastructure. The previous framework, the compliance assessment, conformity assessment framework, was a bit blocking, if you want, the evolution and the capability to absorb the new technology. So with this now, we are now having a set of rules, set of requirements, set of process, which will put responsibility on the equipment supplier side. The manufacturing industry will have a major role to play, and will have the capacity through the system to apply to get certificate for ATM ANS equipment. This is the first element. The second one is, of course, for the service providers. That will be also extremely important, that they have clarity on what equipment is must be seen as the best selected, if I can say so, to be deployed, and where all efforts have been done to ensure that it's raising the highest level of safety, sustainability, security, and efficiency, of course. That is also something we need to see as an interest. And the third element here, the third beneficiary of this is the authority, the national authorities, with a single, if you want, framework, a single rule, a single certificate, the capability of the authorities to focus their energy, their resources on a simpler oversight framework. This is probably also bringing benefit to them. And you all know that, the ATM sector is not the easiest one, quite sophisticated. We have seen a lot of proliferation of solutions. With this certification, we will have also a relief, we believe, we hope, for the authorities. So, of course, we are at EASA also very, very happy with this, because it will help us also to accompany the deployment of the CESAR solutions, in particular, where we were still questioning how to help, and that will be very important for us. Since this is new, since this is all encompassing new process, application for certificate, compliance declaration, and so forth and so on, we have also decided, as you know, to have guidance material, means of compliance, developed at the same time. And the workshop today must be the place where you should raise questions. You will be briefed on how we see the next phase and really make use of it as much as possible to get acquainted with this new context. So I would like to wish you a successful workshop today. You are in the hand of my colleagues at EASA dealing with ATM, and wish you also for those who are lucky to go on holiday later on, to enjoy this summer period. John, the floor is yours now. Back to you.
Fantastic. Thanks for that introduction, Luke, and hopefully it gives a great start to the event. Thanks very much, Luke. Goodbye. Okay, so we'll get straight into a few of the basic logistics, particularly for those on the webinar, but actually I'll put it up on the boards here for anybody in the room as well who wants to use the Slido that we have for interaction. I'll just put the codes and things on the boards here. So for anybody online, we have our interactive Slido tool if you want to ask questions. It should be in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. I'm pointing there as if that makes any difference. You should find the Slido, and you can ask questions. You can upvote other people's questions, and certainly I would really recommend that. Quite often we might get 10 questions that are basically the same, all at the bottom of the pile, rather than, if first you have a look, see if somebody's already asked the question and upvote it, then there's more likely we'll get a chance to get to that. So please do that. If you have any technical problems on the WebEx, the first thing I would say is if you're having sound problems, try a Chrome browser. We find technically that tends to solve, strangely, most problems. No idea why, but it seems to work. If you have any questions, I'll be monitoring the chat throughout the day and try and solve any technical issues you might have throughout the day. That's the initial introduction from me. I'm going to hand over to our ATM colleagues now. And yeah, Sakis, I'll hand over to you.
Good morning to everyone. We would also, on our side, thank you for your presence here today. We really appreciate the fact that you made the time also to connect with us on this important, I will say, moment to receive information on what the latest MPA that is actually complementing the regulatory framework is looking like, and how this can be also now together with, I will say, the rules, the regulatory packages that have been adopted last week be used as of September 13th this year. So if we can go to the slide deck, I would like to start at a high level to present you a bit the ATM ANS regulatory framework, and start from there, or I will say dive into the ATM ground equipment, I will say, framework. So when looking at the ATM ANS rules implementing the EASA basic regulation, we can identify 5 main areas, I will say regulatory areas. We have the ATCO licensing package. We have the provisions of ATM ANS services. We have rules of the airspace usage requirements. You will soon see them on the slide deck. And we have now, since hopefully very, very soon, also with the adoption of the delegated act, the ATM ground equipment, which is a new package that has been, as I said, adopted last week. The new framework on the conformity assessment plays a key role in giving structure and consolidating actually the 2 boxes on the bottom of the slide, the airspace usage requirements and the ATM ground equipment. And before going further in terms of regulatory benefits, let me stress the simplification of the ATM ANS regulatory framework achieved by the approval of the conformity assessment framework and the rules that have been adopted last week by the EASA committee and the expert group meeting. So 9 regulations are now repealed. so CES, the Single European Sky Rule 552/2004, and the related 8 implementing rules are now replaced by just 3 new packages, which at the same time provide also the structure and completion of the ATM ANS framework to accommodate future needs. I think we can all say that this is a fundamental achievement in terms of better regulation. No, before going further, I would like to give you a bit of insight how this workshop is structured. And on my side, I would like first to give an introduction on the key principles and the foundational concepts for the new framework. We will then move on to summarize the main milestones in the development of the framework. And we will also briefly address the structure of the package in this session, but then in more detail by my colleagues. That is now in public consultation in the form of MPA with number 2023-05, containing the detailed specs and the AMCN guidance material. Elaborating on Lux's introductory words on the main principles of the new framework for the conformity assessment of ground equipment, let me say a few words about how we came in, how it started and how this was then also, I will say, in a way, came to an end last week by the adoption of the regulatory packages. So you remember that during 2022, the European Commission, EASA, but also many of the leaders of the European ATM industry launched a strategic reflection on the new conformity assessment framework needed to replace the already repealed CES interoperability one, which, as we said, fully ceases to apply as of 12 September 2023. One of the main objectives of this new framework was the need to streamline the attestation of ATM ANS equipment in the EU from a systemic perspective. The attestation should be proportionate to the criticality of the functions performed by the equipment and prevent duplications or inconsistencies while ensuring a real level playing field for all actors. By achieving these principles, this new approach will pave the way for the much needed technological evolution in the European ATM landscape. I think another principle behind this new regulatory package is also the drive to have essential need for one single mutually recognized compliance demonstration methodology for systems and constituents for ATM and ANS. A common requirements baseline, which has also taken the form, not only in the form of hard law, for example, the implementing rules and the delegated acts, but also the CSs and the AMC, the soft rules, which will be complemented on a regular basis with new elements, will ensure the integrity and the safety-related performance of the systems and constituents, as well as their fitness for purpose. So besides these operational benefits, this will enable a functioning EU market and ensure a safe, secure, interoperable, and effective operation of the ATM network. As already stressed by Luc, this new approach recognizes the essential role and responsibilities of the manufacturing industry in bringing solutions that are meeting the required level of operational performance. For the critical, I will say, systems, the design and approved production organizations, they will be approved by EASA. The certificates issued by the agency will enable the introduction into service of that equipment by the ATM ANS providers across Europe, without the need for any local conformity assessment for the design at the level of design and production. So this is another, I will say, we believe, benefit that is underlying this new regulatory package. Also, as said and presented, This new approach will also address known bottlenecks and inefficiencies from the previous conformity assessment framework, which were constraining and delaying technological evolution. A single certificate will replace multiple processes that were run in parallel, with obvious savings for all actors. If we look to the ATM and ANS providers, but also to the competent authorities, this will enable them to better allocate their limited resources to higher value-adding activities. But this new framework will also lead to a more efficient and effective oversight, but also enforcement in relation with conformity of ATM equipment. A level playing field will now be a reality, and even more importantly, the process will ensure that the conformity of the equipment is maintained using known instruments. And I will use only a few ones, which are now also a part of the packages. Occurrences, they will be managed also by the design and production organizations, which also information will be brought to all relevant actors of the system. But another, I will say, tool and instrument used already by and has proved its usefulness in the system and effectiveness is also directives. And you will see also in this new regulatory package, we have actually proposed equipment directives, which notion and principle is the same as, for example, in the airworthiness domain. So with all these, I would like to conclude and hand over to my colleague Manuel, who will also guide you through and what the next steps are to fully conclude with the first set of material for the detailed specs and AMC and guidance material that will complement the regulatory packages adopted last week, but also present at high level what these detailed specs and AMCs and guidance material are pointing at in our regulatory framework. So Manuel, over to you, and I thank you once again, and we will all be here, so make use of this opportunity being present, but also remotely to also bring your points after, I will say, our interventions. Thank you from my side.
Thank you, Sakis, and good morning, everybody here in Cologne, and also those connecting remotely. I will try to briefly say a few words about the main milestones during the last couple of years that have brought us to this point. As many of you know, after an intense work over the last 2 years, the package has been now voted positively last week at the EASA committee. I would like to stress that this is a remarkable achievement for a package of this magnitude. This has been only possible thanks to the commitment and support of many key actors in the industry. This will allow meeting the deadline of September 2023 established by the legislator. At the time, the basic regulation, EASA basic regulation, was approved in 2018. And this deadline of September 2023 was introduced to have the new conformity assessment framework in place. As you well know, the rulemaking task that took care for this development was rulemaking task 0161. And this task comprised mainly three streams or subtasks. And you can see those streams reflected on the slide in front of you. The first two tasks addressed respectively the implementing and delegated acts, the regulations to introduce the new framework, and the adaptation of the previous IOP implementing rules to the new framework. Those tasks resulted, or the execution of those tasks by the agency and with the involvement of the industry and all the stakeholders resulted in 2 public consultations, MPAs, in EASA terms, in the second part of last year. EASA processed and consolidated all the feedback received, and by the end of January 2023 already, Opinion 01/2023 was issued. This EASA opinion 2023-01, was the basis of the package presented by the European Commission to the EASA Committee and Expert Group, which has now been approved, and it is in the process of being adopted. The rulemaking, however, continues. It does not end with the first two subtasks, and the ongoing task is now subtask 3, which is progressing full steam. And this workshop is an important also step for that task, to consult with you and to get your feedback on many of the elements that the colleagues will present to you during the day. The MPA 2023-05, which contains the proposal of acceptable means of compliance and guidance material, and the first set and the draft set of specifications, detailed specifications both for the certification declaration and as well for the statement of compliance of the equipment, have been contained into this MPA 2023-03. You know that the period for comments is open until the 2nd of August, and we encourage you all also to provide your feedback through the prescribed channels to the MPA. The content of all these elements will be presented in detail today by the colleagues. If we move to the next slide, please. As I just mentioned, throughout the day, the colleagues, Arsia Brian, will address the structure of the different regulations when going into the details for the acceptable means of compliance, guidance material, and the specifications. Allow me at this point just to summarize the structure of the package. It comprises 5 regulations, 4 implementing acts, and 1 delegated act. 3 of these regulations are new ones, as already mentioned by Sakis a few minutes ago, while 2 others are amending existing implementing rules. In particular, the ATM ANS Common Requirements, Regulation 373/2017, and the SERA regulation, in order to align, of course, these 2 regulations with the new conformity assessment approach. And then subtask 3, which you can see reflected on the bottom layer of the screen, is about the soft law. And as already mentioned, this is the means of compliance for all the principles included at a higher level in the framework. It also includes development of the technical specifications that will enable the demonstration of compliance of the equipment with the regulatory requirements, and that are a key element in this new framework containing the common requirements baseline. I would like to stress also that the development of this first set of specification has benefited from a wide involvement of the industry, among other things, in identifying the relevant industry standards that would support the demonstration of compliance. That input and the feedback that will be received under MPA 2023-05 will be processed by EASA during the summer, targeting a publication of the relevant decision by the executive director in parallel with, or maybe it's more precise to say, briefly after the publication of the regulations in the official journal. Specifications, and with that I would like to close this introduction. Specifications will provide a single reference for the demonstration of compliance in terms of safety, functionality, interoperability, security, and performance as needed to ensure an interoperable European aviation market. EASA has aimed with this proposal to achieve performance and objective-based specifications as technology agnostic as possible. The specifications will refer as far as possible to widely recognized standards developed and published by industry and developed through standards development organizations, of course. Therefore, having fit-for-purpose industry standards in a timely manner will be fundamental for the success of the package. And therefore, the package will also foster the quality and completeness of the standards landscape. For this aim, we're moving towards implementation, reinforced links between the regulatory activities and the development of standards will be established. EASA will work collaboratively with an array of stakeholders to ensure that link. And I would like to stress again, maybe it's already the third time, but it's better to say it 3 or 4 times than none. The evolution of the specifications will also involve a relevant consultation of the industry and the public in general, following the principles of the EASA rulemaking process. And at this point, I would like to conclude the introduction and pass the floor to my colleagues who will go into the details of subtask 3 and the package. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Manuel.
Franklin, sorry, I have no computer with me. Do you have the Slido login code?
On the board there.
Yeah, it's empty.
Shall we continue?
Yeah.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for your interest and support during this, I would say, journey, which was one of the most challenging rulemaking, I would say, activities. Before I go in more details to the various rules, please allow me just to brief you how we have set up the agenda in order you to have a better understanding at the end of the event of the full package. As you can see, we have 2 amending regulations and 3 new rules. With regard to the SERA implementing regulation that has been amended and positively voted, as you know, this regulation is applicable to the ATM ANS providers and to the aircraft operators. For that amending regulations, the agency at this moment did not propose any AMC guidance material. This will be further reworked and improved with a separate rulemaking task through the regular updates of the SERA. The amending aspects of the SERA was driven from the transposition, resulting from the transposition of the sum of the IOP provisions, and therefore it should be amended, the SERA. But in this context, at this moment, it was not considered essential that a new AMC guidance material are needed. However, the agency with the external stakeholders is going to duly consider this to the regular rulemaking task on the SERA IR. While for the other 4 rules, the 3 new and the 1 amending regulation, this MPA that also drives today the event, we have proposed acceptable means of compliance and guidance material. And the novelty that we have today in place is also that, as you know, usually we're having the essential requirements, which are in Annex 8 of the EASA basic regulation, but we do not go anymore in a very technical details on the equipment level through the implementing rules, as it was the practice today. These objectives, which are set up in the essential requirements for the future, will be translated into the so-called detailed specs. And this, how you are going to demonstrate compliance to the detailed specs. It will be further illustrated to acceptable means of compliance and guidance material. What I would like to stress here is that the new element and the novelty in our ATM domain is illustrated on the left side of the slide, because today we didn't have such kind of detailed specs in our ATM framework. We are going to start with the, I would say, the essence of the proposal and already framework in place, which is the certification and declaration of ATM systems and ATM ANS constituents. After that, in the afternoon, we are going to move to the implementing regulation dealing with the approval of the manufacturers of this ATM ANS equipment. And after that, I would like also to thank the rulemaking group and two of the members, and we are going to have guest speakers, one from ATM ANS service provider and one from the competent authority, colleagues who are going to present their view in the context of the amendments to the 373 regulation. And at the end, we are going to conclude the event with an overview of the implementing regulation on airspace usage requirements and the proposed ANC guidance material, and what will be our view in the context of evolution of the regulatory framework in the context of the soft law. Having said that, let's move to the first set of rules. As I mentioned, this is about the certification declaration of ATM ANS systems and ATM constituents. We have split this session in two parts. The first part is going to address the regulatory framework, the processes, the obligation and the requirements for the regulated parties. And after that, when we move to the second part, we are going to address the technical requirements for the various equipment and how the regulated parties can demonstrate compliance with these requirements. So let's start with the overview of the regulation. What we have in place, we have the cover regulation, and associated to the cover regulation, we have 3 annexes. So in the context of the cover regulation, we have the subject matter and export, some essential definitions, who the competent authority is for which areas. After that, the next 3 articles clearly regulate which equipment will be subject to certification, to declaration in the statement of compliance. Here we need also to point out that the statement of compliance is also sort of declaration, just with a different term in order to distinguish based on the criticality of the equipment who is going to issue and takes the main responsibility when we're discharging this responsibility in the context of this declaration. And at the end we have the entry into force, which clearly cascades the transitional period, but I will come back to that later on. After this is the main body of the regulation, and after that we have 3 annexes. The first annex is the requirements for the agency, because here the agency is the main competent authority in the context of certification and declaration, followed by 2 annexes in the context of certification of the equipment and the declaration of the equipment. Maybe at this moment we can also clarify that the statement of compliance, I will come back to that a little bit with further details. When we are talking about competent authority, it is regulated that it will be the authority responsible for certification of the ATM ANS provider. Then the oversight responsibility over the statement of compliance are more focused and stipulated into the amending regulation to 373. While this regulation is providing more visibility of the activities from the point of the ATM ANS provider, what should be performed before the issue of the statement of compliance. Let's start with the definitions. There are very important definitions, which sometimes in the beginning of this process was mixture a little bit. The first one is about ATM ANS systems and ATM constituents, which was in order we further to make the wording easier. It was combined and became ATM ANS equipment, which means ATM ANS constituents as defined in the respective article and ATM systems as defined in the other respective article, excluding the airborne constituents which are subject to this regulation is the airworthiness. In order to avoid double regulation, because the airborne equipment is regulated at the airworthiness level, this equipment which is onboard is excluded for the so-called ATM ANS equipment. Versus we have it so-called functional system. Because we are working in ATM environments since so many years, I think that there is no need to explain in details what the functional system means, but this is the so-called operational environment, and this is the replication of the 373 definition, means a combination of procedure, human resources, and equipment. Here we're having equipment which we are combining hardware and software, organized to perform the functions within the context of ATM ANS and other network functions. So here, the main message to you is that we need to clearly distinguish the difference between ATM ANS system and functional system in ATM ANS context, because in the beginning this was a little bit mismatched. And the definition also includes two other definitions in the context of the ATM ANS equipment directive, which has already been mentioned. This ATM ANS equipment directive, the principle or the concept is similar to the airworthiness directive, and this is a document which should be issued by the agency and which mandate actions to be performed by the providers on the equipment to address unsafe and or insecure conditions that has been identified, and to restore the performance and interoperability of that equipment when evidence shows that the safety, security, performance, and interoperability of that particular equipment may otherwise be compromised. Usually, this is as in the domain of airworthiness, when we have already deployed equipment and it has been identified some uncertainties, then the agency could step in. This will be the mandate from the agency to the provider in order they to react when the equipment may otherwise be compromised. And the last definition that has been introduced with this regulation is the European ATM network. This was just a transposition from the 552 regulation, which has been already repealed. Now, moving more on the substance, I would say, now the competent authority. Article 3 of the regulation defines who the competent authority is. On one side, it is clearly stipulated and mandated by as a basic regulation that in the context of certification and the declaration by the ATM ANS manufacturer, the ultimate responsibility lies within the agency. This was further cascaded into this implementing regulation. This delegated act. While in the context of the statement of compliance, the regulation stipulates that the competent authority should be the authority who is certifying the ATM ANS provider and performing oversight over that. I will come back later to that, but maybe we need to stress this several times during the day, that certification, in the context of certification, the equipment can be deployed or put into service after the equipment is certified. In the context, and so there is two steps: certification of the equipment and continuous oversight. In the context of the declaration, which is declared by the ATM ANS equipment manufacturer, this is a subject to the continuous oversight, because first the organization or the manufacturers is approved and privileged to declare the compliance against the detailed specs of the particular equipment. Then, for that purpose, the agency should establish a registry. And once the equipment is part of the registry, there is certain steps. Then the manufacturer can sell the product, the equipment, and without the first step, without certification. And then this declared equipment becomes subject to the oversight by the agency. The other type of declarations, which is the statement of compliance, it's also not subject to any approval, neither by the agency nor by the local or by the authority who is certified the ATM ANS provider. It's even not necessary to be registered in a national local registry. It could be requested by the competent authority, and in this situation, it's only subject to the oversight by the authority who is the authority, certifying authority of the ATM ANS provider. So you can see that depending on the criticality of the equipment, even the certification and oversight aspects are a little bit cascaded. For most critical equipment, we are moving towards certification and continuous oversight. For intermediate, I would say the declaration equipment, we are moving to the continuous oversight with a particular registry. While for the statement of compliance equipment, we are moving only to the subject to the continuous oversight, which is more or less the current practice. Now, talking about the certification and continuous oversight, the next slide presents I would say the most important articles which defines, based on the criticality of the equipment, which will be subject to certification, declaration, and a statement of compliance. The requirements that was initially proposed as an annex have been translated and put it into the content of the regulation, but at the agency level, based on the discussion with the member states during the comitology, it was agreed that we are going to keep the table because it provides illustrative overview of this equipment. Already we spotted some editorial mistakes, and we are going to address with the final ED decision to be published in autumn this year. But as you can see, this is the translation of the equipment that have been listed in Annex 8 of the essential requirements of EASA basic regulation, and further stipulates which will be the equipment subject to certification, to the declaration, and to the statement of compliance. For the time being, we are continuing as the current practices with the statement of compliance in the context of the airspace of the equipment enabling airspace management, air traffic flow management, aeronautical information services, and meteorological services. While for the declarations, we are it will be the equipment enabling ground-to-ground communication, navigation, and surveillance will be subject to the declaration. While for the equipment which enables ATS, it is, I would say, in more details cascaded. Here we are having controller pilot communication. It will be subject to certification. This was submitted into the MPA. And after that, for the ATC services, when enabling the separation of aircraft or the prevention of collision, this equipment will be also subject to certification, while all other equipment enabling the ATS services will be subject to the statement of compliance, which is, I would say, the translation from the Articles 4 and Article 6. So, Once again, I would like to thank the rulemaking group because to rulemaking task 0161. Because after the publication of the opinion, it was quite a very intense time when a lot of contributions the agency have received, which is really appreciated in order we to be able today to present to you the AMC guidance material in this context. When the discussion was running, it was identified that there is, due to the new actors, meaning now we are regulating the ATM ANS manufacturers, and the interaction with the EASA, with the approved DPOs, with the authorities and certified ATM ANS providers, it was deemed necessary that also we need some sort to illustrate who is doing what, at which stage. In this context, it was proposed very colorful, I would say, guidance material in order to guide you about the various steps, which are the respective provisions, and who is doing what from the beginning. In this context, for the equipment which is subject to certification, the approved DPO shall, following the acceptance of the certification program by the agency, demonstrate compliance with the certification basis before certificate is issued. Then, first, we are moving to the certification process. Then, the DPO produces the equipment against this design data and issue the so-called, this is a new element, EASA release form, which is to be provided to the provider. And this EASA release form is the evidence that first the equipment has an approved certified design data and that the equipment is produced in accordance with this design data. Then once the equipment is delivered to the ATM ANS provider, then we are moving to the context of the functional system, where there are certain activities that the ATM ANS provider needs to perform in the context of the safety assessment. And then between the ATM ANS provider and the certifying authority, it's business as usual. Initially, we was thinking even further to develop this guidance material about the between the when we are moving to this safety assessment or safety support assessment, but at this moment it was decided due to the pressure of the time that it's better first we to address only the new environment, and these further details, in any case, we need also to look in more details on the revision of the AMC guidance material to 373, in particular to the safety and safety support assessment. This will be part of the regular updates at the later stage. This is in the context of the certification. When we are moving to the context of the declaration, so we are having in this context published applicable detailed specs. The approved DPO is approved, and meaning it's privileged to declare. So here in this context, we only omit the certification process, that first it should be certified before it is produced and issued a statement, EASA release form. So for the ATM ANS provider, nothing will be changed. Only for the manufacturers, we are here omitting the process of the certification of the equipment. But as it was mentioned in the beginning, still this equipment will be subject to the oversight by the agency. Then as soon as the equipment is produced, accompanied by with EASA release form, with this package, it could be delivered to the provider. And now we are moving directly to the business as usual, safety and safety support assessment that need to be performed. And sent to the competent authority in the context of the respective provisions in 373. Well, for the statement of compliance, we are having two scenarios. The first scenario will be when the statement of compliance is issued directly by the certified ATM ANS provider. So we are having applicable detailed specs, then it is designed by supplier and produced. But the inspection, the test of the product, again, the detailed specs, this responsibility lies within the certified ATM ANS provider. So then the ATM ANS provider should issue this statement of compliance, and thereafter, the next step, we are moving directly to the management of the functional change, which is already regulated in 373. Now, last amended with some adjustments. But this is I would say, the simplest scenario, and this is more or less what is the replica from today practice with the current interoperability framework. While the second scenario, and this was introduced with the post-NPA, first initial NPA consultation, there will be a possibility also for the manufacturer to be privileged to issue a statement of compliance. Meaning, during the approval of the process of the manufacturer, they will be also eligible to issue a statement of compliance on behalf of the ATM ANS provider. Here, the oversight responsibility over the statement of compliance remain within the certified ATM, within the certifying authority of the ATM ANS provider, while the EASA will remain responsible authority for the approval of the organization. And in this context, we are having, again, published detailed specs applicable. Then it follows the design of the product and the production of the equipment. And here we are adding this next step, which is the issue of the EASA release statement, which will be delivered with the equipment to the ATM ANS provider for further processing of the functional change. As already addressed, this EASA release form is a new element, which is, I would say, a normal practice in the production organizations. And this is some sort of a declaration of compliance by the manufacturers that what has been produced is in accordance with the applicable detailed specs, design data, and follow the approved procedures. So this was the guidance material that illustrate the different steps, I would say, in this new environment on the certification and declaration of the ATM ANS equipment. With regard to the statement of compliance, based also on the current practices with the declaration of verifications from the current 552 framework, it was deemed also necessary to propose some acceptable means of compliance and guidance activities in the context to address when there is a need for a reissue of the statement of compliance. Because when an equipment enabling ATFM, ASM, MET, or AIS is put into service, maybe there will be a need for upgrade or for some change. In this context, it was also here introduced the concept on the major and minor change to the equipment in order to further illustrate and to provide acceptable means of guidance material when there is a need for the issue of the statement of compliance. In this context, it was this proposed as acceptable means of compliance. After that, it was discussed the general information that need to be put on the statement of compliance with the subtitle issue, and in the form of a guidance material, it was proposed the standard form. Within the agency, we had some sort of a discussion whether this should be a guidance material or AMC, and therefore we have put a question to the stakeholders. So your feedback will be appreciated in order you to guide us whether this needs to be retained or it could be elevated at the AMC level. In the context of the statement of compliance, despite of the fact there will be no registry or something similar to that, this does not mean that before the issue of the statement of compliance, the service provider needs to perform all the activities for the issue of the statement of compliance, because this is not only a paperwork, it should be justified and demonstrated that the equipment against which a statement of compliance, this is a sort of declaration, is issued, also meet the respective detailed specs. Therefore, there will be a need for record keeping. For that purpose, it has been issued, it is proposed an AMC. And also it was proposed further soft law in the context about the responsibility and the support of the manufacturer to the ATM ANS provider when there is a contract between the ATM ANS provider and the manufacturer with the requests from the ATM ANS provider for the issue of the statement of compliance. So we would appreciate your comments by the deadline in order to assess whether what is proposed is reasonable or there is a need for further fine-tuning and rework. With this, we are closing, I would say, the main new elements of the new framework on the certification and declaration of the ATM ANS equipment, and we are moving to the transitional provisions. So the transitional provision clearly states that there will be so-called 5 years transitional period in order to allow during that period the manufacturers, the organization involved in the design or production of ATM ANS equipment to be approved, because this is the prerequisite in order a manufacturer to apply for a certificate or to be eligible to start declare that a particular equipment complies with the detailed specs. However, it is duly acknowledged that there is so-called legacy equipment. This legacy equipment, the rules clearly stipulate that it is provisionally compliant, because also for the legacy equipment, the agency needs to make an evaluation. For that purpose, the agency needs to request certain information from the competent authorities, because for the agency, the national authorities are our counterpart. And in this context, it was developed a set of AMC guidance material, what needs to be delivered to the agency. Of course, we are going to come with further guidelines, what is required as an information and in which context and etc. We are starting working on this plan, and will come very soon with further details to you. The main channel of communication in this context on the evaluation of the legacy system will be through our advisory bodies, in particular ATM ANS Tech. However, based on some feedback and questions that we have received, it is needed and essential, and we are working on additional guidance material to illustrate and to further clarify that when there is a statement of compliance issued for equipment during this transitional period, for equipment subject to certification or subject to the declaration, the demonstration of compliance should be against the detailed specs of certification specification for certifiable equipment or for the declarable, because there was some sort of a misunderstanding, and some of it was questioned whether when we are going to receive the detailed specs for equipment for the transitional period. So it means that if you are ATM ANS provider and you need to deploy new equipment which is subject to certification or declaration, the demonstration of compliance shall be against the detailed spec for certifiable equipment already currently in proposal, or that will be ED decision, or for declarable equipment. Of course, for the statement of compliance, business as usual, only the applicable specs for this particular equipment, which were in the column 1 and 2 in the guidance material, should be against those detailed specs. And as mentioned, for the time being, the set of ANC guidance material addresses this part of the transitional provisions for the first 5 years, meaning by 13th of September 2028. So what we are having legacy equipment, which is provisionally compliant, for which the agency needs to evaluate. For that purpose, we are going to request certain information from the national authorities. For that, in order to enable this implementation, certain ANC guidance material have been developed. Also, during the transitional period, the statement of compliance should be issued for the new equipment or modified equipment by the ATM ANS providers against the applicable detailed specs. For the post-transitional period, also from September 2028, we need the complete conformity assessment framework should enter in full speed, but also for the statement of compliance issued by the ATM ANS provider for certifiable and declarable equipment, there will be also some sort of evaluation by the agency. And for that, we are going in the future to develop further ANC and guidance material, but at this moment, step by step. And thereafter, modified new ATM ANS ground equipment shall be assessed and compliant. The confirmation should be in place, and we are moving towards the full implementation of the new conformity assessment framework. This is, I would say, setting the scene and the new environment, moving from the 552 interoperability framework to the new conformity assessment framework under the IASA system. As mentioned, there are some ANC and soft rules in the context of this transitional provision and the relevant information to be provided to the agency. The next couple of slides are going to address the various annexes. Here, what we are having with the first annex is the requirements for the agency acting as a competent authority for certifiable and declarable ATM ANS equipment. We are having subpart A and subpart B, general requirements in the first place, scope, allocation of tasks to qualified entities, ATM ANS equipment directive, and detailed specs for ATM ANS equipment, which oblige the agency to issue the detailed specs. This is already, of course, mandated in the ASA basic regulation, but here it is in more details cascaded. The other subpart addresses certification, oversight, and enforcement. And it introduces some new steps because we are having now certification process about the certification basis, about the special conditions, what the special conditions are, about the level of involvement by the agency in the verification of compliance to the ATM ANS equipment, about the issue of the certificate, initial oversight investigation of the declarations of design compliance, and how to be registered, and when there is a changes to the declaration, and etc. So these are very detailed rules in the context of certification and declaration from the oversight point of view. The enforcement measures on the declaration could be the deregistration. Sorry. So there is also an enforcement measures in this context. It should be highlighted. And the cycle articles are the one to whom there are associated AMC guidance material. During the development of the soft rules, it was discussed that there is no need immediately to produce as much as possible AMC, only the essential one, in order to enable the early implementation of the framework. Later on, based on the know-how that we are going to gain and the experience and the practices and the feedback, it will be further evaluated. So for the equipment, we have some directive for the ATM ANS equipment directive, for the detailed specs, and also for the equipment certification basis. The next annex is about the processes for the certification from the applicant point of view. Here we are having the scope, to whom it applies normal. After that, we have the eligibility meaning and that the manufacturers or the organization involved in the design or production should be approved in accordance with the implementing act that we are going to address in the afternoon. After that, demonstration of capability, application for equipment certificate, changes that require the issue of a new equipment certificate. Here we are also introducing, in addition to the, because there is a close link between this one and the change management in the implementing act on the approved DPOs, it's introduced in very details the requirements for the major and minor changes, which are the minor changes, which are the major changes, and how these two types of changes shall be treated, because some of them are leading to reissue of the declaration or to new certification or amendment to the certificate, while for the minor changes, how they need to be managed and how they need to be recorded, and etc. After that, the demonstration of compliance with the certification basis, the means of compliance, the equipment design, inspection and testing, meaning the demonstration from the manufacturer and in the context of the inspecting and testing, in order to be demonstrated that the equipment meet the objectives in the detailed specs, to be record kept in the manuals. And in this Annex 1, we have only one set of AMC guidance material, which applies only for this particular provision application for the equipment certificate. This also includes some elements on the level of involvement and how this level of involvement should be defined. And the last annex is about the declaration of design compliance of the equipment against co-eligibility, which is equal to the certifiable eligibility, declaration of design compliance, means of compliance. The changes, the principles are the same, just the level of the details are elevated or a little bit lighter. The manuals, maintenance instructions, the directive, and the inspections performed by the agency, meaning not the agency responsibility, but how the manufacturer shall support the agency in this context. For this particular annex, there are no AMC guidance material at this moment. In order the manufacturers to be eligible to declare, as several times it was mentioned, the manufacturer shall be approved. So maybe after the autumn, we are going to start further to consider, based of course on the feedback from the industry, which particular provisions are needed in order to enable this implementation. And with this, I'm concluding the first overview of this regulatory framework, and as we were saying, this essential delegated act, which is the main enabler for the introduction of the new conformity assessment framework. Thank you, and we are happy to receive any questions from you.
There are a lot of questions on the slide.
Okay, maybe you can start reading. Or can...
There you go. Good morning, everyone. My name is Christopher Michel. I'm new to the group here.
if you have worked in the airborne side, you maybe met me there, but this is my first foray into the ATM ANS work, and I'm helping Stas and the team with the Slido presentations and try to manage your questions. The first question that we have, which with the highest votes, I'll take them in that order, is from Patrick Lelièvre from FOCA. Could you further detail how the two processes, ATM ANS equipment conformity assessment and changes to a functional system as per ATM ANS.OR.A.045 are fitting together in terms of timelines and responsibilities?
Okay. Thank you for the question. Yes, this is the main, I would say, this is an essential part that we need to have a common understanding. The conformity assessment is the technical approval that a particular equipment is fit to enable the provision of certain services. While the change to the functional system is the capability of the equipment to, in the particular environment, to provide the services. But for that purpose, it's not only necessary to have the technical capability of the equipment, but for that purpose, we need to have trained and competent personnel and written procedures. So the functional system, it's equipment, procedure, and training and personnel. While from this functional system, the equipment and the capability is addressed through the conformity assessment. So from timelines, it depends on the case by case. It could be in parallel, or it could be start first with the technical approval of the equipment. In the case of certifiable equipment, this will be definitely the case. First, or declarable equipment. First, we are going to have it certification and declaration of the equipment, and after that, it's delivered to the service provider. Then it starts the business as usual on the change management into the functional system. When we are having an equipment in the context of SM, ATFM, AIS, and MET, then this process could be in parallel, because this is a business case and decision by the ATM ANS provider. So it depends. We cannot cut and say this is the process: first certification, declaration, and statement of compliance. But from the practical point of view, this will be more or less the cases when we're having certifiable equipment, because for certification it will take longer. And after that, we are moving towards the ATM ANS change management of the functional system. I hope that this clarifies.
And if there's a follow-on question, please either post it inside of Slido, or you can always send us an email after that, and we'll try to address it after the meeting. In the meantime, there's another question that jumped to the top of the list. It was asked by Etienne Paquet. It is, what about homemade ANSP equipments? Does the ANSP need to be accredited as a DPO?
Shall I continue? Okay, so it depends here. It depends on the categories of the equipment. Then we are moving to this particular guidance material, and it should be looked at in which categories this equipment is. If this so-called homemade equipment, it's, for example, air-ground communication, it's a certifiable equipment, then even the homemade equipment by the ATM ANS provider should go through the certification process. And one of the prerequisites in order to have an applicant is either it's to be already an approved DPO, or to be an applicant for to get an approval as a DPO with the respective privileges and the scope of work that will be detailed into the approval and the respective privileges. If we are going to have it AIS or MET equipment, there are two options, scenario 1 and scenario 2, that has been addressed. Either there is a need for the statement of compliance by the ATM ANS provider. There is no need for this provider to be an approved DPO, or the or the ATM ANS provider could contract the issue of the statement of compliance on its behalf to an approved DPO. Thank you.
Next question on the list was asked by Johan Martensen. Can you elaborate on how equipment for which no detailed specifications currently exist should be managed and approved?
Okay, in this situation, because the father of the detailed specs is Brian, I'll give the floor to him.
Good morning, everybody, and we'll be addressing the detailed specifications later on today. Yes, what has been presented at the moment is definitely not a full set, and we'll discuss that later, of all detailed specifications for the equipment that is used to support ATM ANS. The principle that we're applying at the moment, and we will be applying until we get the full set, is that, and we will show you later, we have the general part that is there presented in the MPA. If there is no particular detailed specifications, we will be looking for compliance with only the general part of the detailed specifications as published. So basically, until such times you need to make sure you comply with the general part to make sure that it is fit for purpose.
Thank you, Ryan. The next question actually is from Michel Holzbauer from Frequentis. What is the expected average duration for running through the certification process?
Yeah, Manu.
Thank you. Good morning. This question, of course, doesn't have a unique answer. It is dependent, of course, on the size, complexity of the organization, and it depends also on the maturity both of the organization, its processes, and the evidence provided with the application. Looking at other domains, we can, of course, think about what could be a tentative period needed, and that period could span could be a little bit more than 12 months or 12 to 18 months. But as said, I would like to stress that it depends on size, complexity, maturity. There might be mature organizations with all the evidence available when applying where the process can be done in a much shorter period. And there might be also organizations missing a lot of the evidence at the time of application and with a need to further develop their processes to ensure compliance with the DPO rule, where, of course, the certification period or the period to issue the approval would be much longer than those 12 to 18 months I have referred to. I hope this provides some clarification.
Thank you, Manuel. The next question is from Luca Ferrio from ENAC Italy. For statement of compliance on slide 15, what document has to produce the supplier with the equipment? Something like today's DSU?
If we're talking about scenario 1, also it's up to the manufacturers and the maturity of the manufacturers. It could be a EASA release form or some other document, but this should be, I would say, further agreed between the ATM ANS provider and the manufacturer. This is not regulated because the ultimate responsibility for the issue of the statement of compliance lies within the regulated party, in this particular case, ATM ANS provider. And therefore, we didn't illustrate what kind of document should be issued. It is up to the service provider to define what kind of evidence are required. Because here the the ATM ANS provider will be a subject to the oversight for the statement of compliance issued by itself. I hope this clarifies.
Next question again comes from Patrick Lelièvre from FOCA. How do we handle the case of the controller HMI, which is shared between several ATM ANS equipment? Should it have its own compliance demonstration, although there is no specific HMI section in the detailed specifications?
I'm waiting for the colleagues to take this one.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Once again, I'm trying to read the question again and understand a little bit what the question is. The HMIs, the specifications given in Part General for the HMI are very generic. I mean, and applicable really means that the HMI has to be able to handle what information is needed to be there. It doesn't prescribe anything particular, and you need to have a look at it and address it. So if you have several things being addressed on one HMI, you have to take them into due consideration and make sure they're not confusing to everybody and demonstrate things are correct. But no specific demonstration against a detailed specification. It's more a high-level description saying that the requirements, you need to duly take due consideration of the HMI requirements that are there. Behind the lines of what that requirement is. Hopefully that makes sense. It's a little bit of a complicated question, and we probably need to think a bit more about a more detailed respectable answer for that. And we'll come back to you in due course.
Thanks, Brian. Next question comes from Daniel De Souza. We heard a lot about design and production. However, on AMC and GM, there's an absence of the previous requirements related to the operation of the ATM ANS SE. How will EASA ensure that the now repealed IOP implementing rules are fully integrated into the new regulatory framework?
Okay. Who? You? Me? Okay. First, I would like to thank for the comments. We have already received a couple of comments in the CRT. And it was acknowledged that there are still some of the requirements from the old IOP rules which are missing. We are going to look in details on that, but as it was mentioned in the comment, they are from the operational point of view, these requirements. They are not from the certification or declaration point of view, from the so-called attestation point of view. And therefore, these requirements that I'm not saying that they are omitted, because we need really to in very details to assess it. But if there is a need, it will be associated as an amendment to the ED decision for the 373 regulation, meaning AMC guidance material to the 373 regulation, because as it was mentioned in the comment, this is from the operational point of view, some requirements. The comments are reviewed, but we need still to consider how to address it in order to be sure that in the way how we are going to address is the particular case fit for purpose. But this is not part of the framework for the attestation of the equipment. This will be part of the service provision regulation in the amending AMC guidance material to this ED decision from 2017.
Thank you, Asa. The next question again from Johan Martensen. Can you please confirm that also major changes and new equipment in the certified category are subject to a statement of compliance during the transition period, which seems to be indicated on slide 18?
Okay, we can confirm that if during the transition period, which lasts till 13th of September 2028, the means of attestation will be the statement of compliance by ATM ANS provider. The demonstration against which detailed specs will be depending on the category of the equipment. It will be either for the certifiable, for the declarable, or SOC. In order we to have, let's be clear, in order we to have certificate of a particular equipment, then we need to have an approved DPO. So during the transitional period, we are not sure that after 1 year or 2 years, we are going to have it enough approved DPO in order they to apply also for certificate. So the main, I would say the main, not the only one, but the main attestation means will be the statement of compliance. It does not prevent if during these 5 years already from the publication, because you know that the rule is going to apply 20 days after the publication in the official journal. If immediately after that we EASA receive an application and we have a mature DPO and in a reasonable time frame, we have an approved DPO, then the DPO will be eligible to start to apply for certificate or already to declare a particular equipment that is compliant with the detailed specs. So maybe in the first 1 year or 1.5 years, the only means of attestation for the equipment will be the statement of compliance. After, I'm saying roughly, after 2 years or 2.5 and 3 years, it will be starting some sort of a mixture. Statement of compliance for certifiable equipment and already a certificate. But after 13th of September 2028, there will be no possibility ATM ANS provider to issue a statement of compliance. After that period, the only means for certifiable equipment or declarable will be either the certificate or a declaration. I hope this clarifies. Maybe I need also to clarify something because I have heard some discussion. If during the transitional period, for example, 2027, we have certificate for a particular equipment or declaration, it does not require further a statement of compliance by the ATM ANS provider. It is enough to have only one attestation, either certificate or a statement of compliance, or either a declaration or a statement of compliance. But even during the transitional period, we have already a certification or declaration. There is no need for a further attestation means, which is the statement of compliance. It's either or. Thank you.
The next question comes from Laurent Plateau from DSAC. On slide 16, the statement of compliance delivered by DPO. If an ANSP is also DPO certified, will it have to deliver an EASA form for each and every statement of compliance equipment released?
For the statement of compliance, there is no need for EASA release form. Here our focus is on the attestation form. The attestation form in this particular case is the statement of compliance. So I would say the paper that will be subject to the oversight, of course, the competent authority could request evidences about the activities performed before the statement of compliance is issued, is the statement of compliance. So the rule does not stipulate that in this particular case we need EASA release form from the ATM ANS provider. For us, the final product, the final evidence is the statement of compliance.
The next question that we have, and I think it might be the last if you want to stay on time, is from Mark Tenenbaum. What is the EASA plan to ensure wide communication towards ATM GE providers and common understanding of the regulation framework?
Sakis?
We will present a few, I will say, a plan on how we are going to accommodate and accompany the process throughout, I will say, the 5 years. In terms of supporting both industry but also the national supervisory authorities. I can already say a few words now, but what you will see very, very soon, I think colleagues already announced, is that in the European Plan for Aviation Safety, you will soon see appearing actually 3 new tasks. There will be 2 tasks related to the regulatory activity, which is the corresponding detailed specs, and 1 for the AMC and guidance material. As you said, we will continue this work over the next few years to complete the packages with material that is necessary and required for the application of this new framework. There will be also 1 task, which a framework has recently been also supported by our stakeholders for implementation support. And this is mainly to, I will say, to our national supervisory authorities for providing more guidance and also having more dedicated exchanges on the necessary support to accompany this new process. Of course, we are also thinking on material that can be made available to any kind of stakeholder in the form of, I will say, further guidance outside, I will say, the soft rules, AMC and guidance material. We will also work on FAQs. We also already started a process of building up material for training that will also be made available to stakeholders. So all these instruments, hopefully they will support you throughout this process. And as I said, we are in parallel with the introduction of this new framework. We have already planned for it, and you will also see a few more details in the next slide of this, I will say, event, where I will also present how we are going to go about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Sakis. That will probably close the Slido question. It's 11 o'clock. We're scheduled to take a break until 11:15 for those on the call. For the questions we didn't get to on Slido, I imagine what we'll do is archive them, and then we'll send them to the team for getting some answers and post them post-meeting, unless you'll have time to answer them at the end of the session today. It depends. Okay? Thank you.
Okay, good morning once again. Welcome back. I hope you had a good coffee break and geared up for lots of questions and for this session. This specific session, we're going to lead you more through the detailed specifications that have been proposed. We'll discuss about the formats, what's in them, how they fit and how they fit together. I'm not going to go into details of every single specification that's been out there, because they're all follows up in the same pattern, but give you examples of some of them. Because we get through every single one, we'll be here until Christmas. So I'm exaggerating, we'll be here for quite a while. So in the earlier session, you heard about what the rule says, how it should be applied. And now, if you like, we're now down at the nuts and bolts, if I use that term, of the system, and what needs to be applied, the detailed specifications. You heard a lot about them in the previous presentation, but this is what drives what's going to be certified, or the level of certifications requirements, and declaration requirements and SOCs. So hopefully this will give you some alleviation of what's in those, and give you some explanation of why we've done certain things. First of all, then, we'll just look at the detailed specifications. What are these detailed specifications? Well, what we are proposing are 2 sets of detailed specifications out there. One, we call it, is DS, Digital Specification Ground Equipment. These are applicable to the certification specifications and declaration specifications. You get used to all these numbers, all these letters, DS, GE, CER, DS, GE, DEC, for certification, declaration. You'll know in about 5 years' time, this will roll off your tongue and our tongues without any thought process behind it. And we have the other book, which we're talking about, which is detailed specifications applicable to the SOC. What do these give us? If I go to the ones which are probably the most complicated, shall we say, or the ones which are probably newest to looking to you, maybe not to the people who are familiar with the airworthiness world and the other worlds in this world. These specifications provide the functional performance and interface requirements for whatever is going to be subject to certification and declaration. Of course, they give you those performance functions and interface requirements, and it gives you the AMC GM material to show how to demonstrate compliance to those requirements. Of course, those AMCs and GMs are, as we've said, are going to be supported a lot by industry standards from our standardization bodies that we use, such as EuroK. We've got the ESOs such as ETSI, etc., as well, in that sense. The statement of compliance is so much easier to look at. Basically, these provide for whatever it is, and we'll go into a bit more detail on that shortly, what is subject to statement of compliance. Just a list of the industry standard or specification as applicable that need to be complied with, either the standard as a whole or the specific sections that are required of that particular standard. What we'll do now is we'll take a little deeper dive into what has been proposed in the first set of detailed specifications. Please note, these are the first set. This first set, of course, does not address all systems that are subject, that have been used in ATM ANS. It is the first set that is out there. This first set, maybe to answer a little bit some of the questions that came earlier, and I don't know which correctly to answer them, are there, and they align and support the IOP regulations. They're there, so there's a detailed requirement to support those regulations. They are intended, and if we miss something, this is your opportunity to tell us in the consultation, to support the CP1 regulation, because the technical requirement for the CP1 regulations, and they are based a lot on the existing community specifications that were out there previously, and they have been moved into this framework. So what have we got inside this certification declaration system as there? We have the part 1, part 2, and part 3. You'll get used to these again as we move forward in talking about it. We have a general part. I'll go into more detail in all these sections earlier. We have the CER part 2, and with the declaration part DEC, which is part 3. At this moment in time, we're only populating those with subpart A and subpart B for certification, which are subject to the air traffic services and to the air ground communication parts. At this moment in time, we've only produced in this MPA for the declaration subpart A and subpart C. We had to put subpart B in the proposal, but it's for navigation. C and S, running in that order, A, B, C, to hold it for future development in the next phase that we will be doing. So you see, we got this. It splits up very nicely into the way you look at it. The numbers run coherently, so you can quite easily pick up where you're going. If we take a slightly more look down at the part ATS, which has been proposed at the moment in time. And this again is a proposed what's going in there. You see in there we got certification, ATS, actually there's 7 sections. One is the general, which actually tells you what is the scope of ATS. So it's not really a requirement for certification. So you've got sections 2 to 7 of the equipment, which has been proposed in there for certification, ranging from the flight data processing all the way through to the surveillance data process and all the things which we expect at this moment in time to be as part of air traffic services supporting the old IRP regulatories and in particular the CP1. You see, it follows quite a nice little pattern. You'll get used to this again. I reiterate again, you'll get used to this pattern. The numbers will fall off your tongues. The numbers, the lettering gives you an indication of what system we are looking at in that sense. So that's what a deep we'll do a deeper dive in a minute into a little bit more detail in what's behind those. But this is the high level view of what is there. Again, we can move into part 2. And my computer at this moment is not playing ball. There we go. We move into the other part of part 2, which is the air-ground communications in general. Again, subject to certification. And here we talk about the data communications, the data link items, and the voice communication parts. Air-ground voice communication, air-ground data communication. See, the letters run quite simply for them. So this is what's included in that particular one. And in voice communication part, because we're only supporting the IOP at this moment in time, we're only really looking at the radio standard. We're not actually looking at at this moment in time at the complete voice communication system and its all its interfaces to everything else that is out there at the moment in time. The way these complicated systems actually operate, it's been reduced in scope. If you look at the detailed specification behind it, just to the radio. As we further develop it, of course, in the coming years, it'll be expanded further to cover it in greater detail for those particular systems. The air-ground communication, of course, there is to support the current IOP rule for data link and the future one for the CP1 ADSC operations. And of course, we then brings us, of course, to the subpart 3, which is the declaration side of the business. And again, and this particular case for subpart A, which is in that case the ground communications, which again we've got a whole list of the typical ground communication systems which we're seeing out there. A lot of these, of course, are software and are not a box per se, but by definition, software is included as part of the areas which are covered by this framework. So again, that's all that's been included in this particular framework of the subpart A. And because we'll jump to subpart B, because that was NAV. Then we move into subpart C, which is the surveillance. Again, this is primarily there to support the initial IOP rule for SPI. Required to put MODES and HSB in systems in, or shall we say it is intended. It doesn't say shall, but that's the intent behind it. And it gives you the requirements for the MODES ground station, the technical requirements for MODES ground stations, and the requirements for HSB. We provisionally put a place in for WAM, wide area multilateralization. We have not yet developed that. That will become again in the next iterations of the specifications when we find the right hooks, the right detailed specifications from industry to make reference to. Again, these specifications, as indicated, are for the equipment as delivered, or the systems as delivered from the manufacturer. And as you explained earlier, that they then need to be integrated into the whole system, ensuring a harmonized usage of that equipment within your total system. So they were the detailed specifications and declaration specifications, detailed specification for certification and declaration. The other most simple one we got left now is the DSSOC. This has two subparts, subpart A, subpart B. Gen again, which provides the typical general information you need, very similar to that which we'll discuss in a minute for the certification and declaration part. And then the SOCs, the DSSOCs. Simple number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, as we add others to it in the later years. And we've only got, at the moment, we're only looking at things for AIM, local AMS, ATFM, and net distribution. These all to support what is in the IOPs and the CP1 regulations coming up this moment in time. Again, this is the intent to support those. As I say again, if we miss something, or please say, because now's the time to get those slightly amended to make sure they are fit for your use as we move forward to support those regulations. Now then, let's take a little bit more deeper dive. That's a whole other, that's the structure. That's a description of the structure of what they look like. If we take a bit of a deeper dive into it, and that's a very hard slide to read. I tried to put everything in one slide and probably didn't work very well. But this is the general part. And I said earlier in response to a question, this general part is applicable to both equipment, which is subject to certification. It is applicable to equipment subject to declaration. So this part is on top of or included in those other detailed specifications which you have to comply, which I showed you in the other parts and sections. This covers very general stuff. And it addresses the common bits which we believe will be common to all those parts, all those other equipment. It addresses such issues in relatively high level terms at this moment for things like security, cybersecurity, software, hardware. There was a question about, and we addressed it a little bit by HMI. It looks at ensuring HMI consistency and considerations that needs to be there, and it also addresses such things as environmental considerations that need to be addressed as well. Considerations being the key word there. At the moment, we've got this is what's been proposed and the associated AMCs and GMs for those general parts. The definitions have yet not been completed. These will be completed once we've got the final version for you. Subject to the final consultation, we will fill in those definitions correctly. As I said, they are the general stuff. It includes such things as one of the final things at verification methods, how we expect you to demonstrate compliance as well. There are a number of ways you can do it, so it gives guidance material on the methods of showing verification. And how to do the risk assessment at this moment in time. Again, reiterate, these are applicable and has to be done for all certification and declaration. You will find, and I don't think I have a slide on it, we have very similar requirements for SOC. If we just take a little view, an example of one of them, to show you the level of information and the level of details which are in these you have to do. Excuse me. You have the requirement. Okay, I'll read this the requirement in inverted commas. You have the objective, what you need to meet there. And I take software here as the example. Software being probably a nice, good example because everything these days has software in it. Quite easy, it says the software has to be fit for purpose. It's got to be correct. Okay, and how it operates. So that is the objective you have to meet. However, we then give you a lot of AMC material, not a lot, but we give you some AMC material here and guides material on itself how to meet that general objective. In this particular one, there are two EuroK software standards, ED153 and ED109, which are used extensively at this moment in time in this framework. However, at this moment in time, we put those in guides material being information material only to give you more clarity on what is required. They're not AMC, they're there because at the moment we do consider them really fit for a formal means of compliance to a general requirement. Your comments on that would be welcome, but we see those standards not really matching each other and needing to change so they can be applied as they can be used as guides material to give you an indication of what needs to be done and not actually what should be done in that sense. So that's the level of information, and that level of information, that level of guides material, that level of AMC is throughout the gen part. I'm not going to go into every single one, but this gives you a flavour of what is going to be there for those materials and material. Now then, if we move on then to look at the certification and declaration structure in a little bit more detail as what's there, you will find for every SIR deck, there's an applicability. This describes the scope of the equipment that is subject to the certification declaration and gives you, so you know where your boundaries are with respect to this particular bit of equipment in that sense. It provides the function that we expect the equipment to perform. So it defines the high-level operational functional requirements for that equipment. It also defines the performance requirements for that bit of equipment, be it SIR or be it deck. It also provides the interface, because all these bits of equipment, I will say 99.99% of the time, interface with other bits of equipment and share data between these bits of equipment. So they provide the interface requirements. Again, for it's applicable, you find this structure runs throughout the SIR and the deck standards. Of course, these are then all supported by the acceptable means of compliance and the guidance material. The acceptable means of compliance is how to comply, how we would wish you to comply to meet the stated requirement, and the guidance material is there to give you a better understanding of what we expect to happen, expect you to do in that sense. So, to give you an example, like I said earlier, I'm not going to take a deep dive into every single deck and SIR specification. I just sort of took an example. I don't know why I picked this one. I could have picked any of them, but I picked section 6. Maybe I put my hand in the pot and I pulled out section 6 to give you the example. I could have picked any of them. So in the applicability section, it tells you, like I say, it tells you the exact scope of what we're looking for the bit of equipment which is supporting data link services. And this particular case is equipment doing ATS B2 and B1 services. And then if we move on, we then see what are the examples of the functions. So for that equipment, it provides quite a detailed description, just a description, a high-level description of the function. What are the functions that this equipment should do? In this particular thing, it's got to do A, B, C, D, and E. I won't read them all, but it has to do these particular items as a function. And again, you see, quite simply, this is supported by a set of AMCs. In this particular case, and in 99% of the cases, it takes us to a whole list of specifications published by the SDOs. In this particular case, well, actually, we've got your ICAO in here, so it's not an SDO, but you've got, in this case, you've got specifications published by Eurocay and Eurocontrol. And this particular case is not necessarily the whole spec, and in most cases, it's not the whole spec which is referenced. We actually reference the particular sections of those standards which need to be applied to meet those functions which are listed in those requirements. Of course, we always give you some guidance material to help you understand why we chose those particular ones and how they should be applied. So that's the function. And now I go to performance, you'll see exactly the same. Again, a high level performance requirement. It should be, intended purpose, quite a high level requirement, supported by, again, an AMC, which tells you what the performance is to meet that intended function we would anticipate, we would wish the equipment to comply to. Again, in this particular case, we refer to a Eurocay standard and the particular sections of that standard that need to be complied with. There's also the general clause, and this runs out throughout of it, that you can go back to the gen, and anything that is generated from the gen in terms of required performance to meet the objectives need to be also incorporated in that requirement. And you'll see a pattern forming. Hopefully, you've seen the pattern forming of how it works. Of course, we then get the interface. The interface requirements are specified, what it needs to do in terms of interfaces, who it needs to interface with, what it needs to do with that particular interface, such as being able to display certain messages or in certain formats with certain minimal actions in that particular case. And a case, as I said again, how to achieve it. This particular case, we take you to the interface requirements in the ground part of this particular specification. And if you go to those particular sections follow the same pattern, and it takes you to a standard from an industry standard. This saves us having to repeat and every single one, the industry standard, we take you to the standard ground interface requirements. That, I believe, it says here, okay, was the quick run through of the specifications, their structure, and an indication of how they work together and how they put together with the industry standards to support them. I would like to reiterate, these are the first set of standards there, and ongoing work, which we referred to earlier, will further populate these in the years to come. This is a continuum, and of course, as experience is gained on how these are applied, they will be suitably amended as well. As new standards and industry bodies change their standards, these will be duly reflected in these standards as we move forward. It is a continuum, and there's an ever-changing environment that these will be within. So they will change continually over time. I think now it's questions. I'm sure there are thousands of burning questions out there. Thanks, Chris.
Yep. Thank you, Brian. There's a first question, and just if you can look on yourselves, there's a lot of popularity attached to the first several questions. So there's 29 people who gave it the thumbs up. So it happens for the first several questions. So it's really a burning one for everyone in the WebEx. Laure Badstinger von Thales asked, could you please clarify how the detailed specification will guarantee consistency between the certified declared equipment's level of safety and the ANSP safety assessment mandated by EC 2017-373. This consistency seems to be paramount to ensure certificate declaration recognition.
It's again to do with the change of functional systems and how we ensure the functional system, let's say demonstration. Maybe my colleagues who are more familiar with that would wish to take that. Sorry, colleagues. I read between the lines of what that question is.
Okay, again, we are moving to the same, I would say, topic for discussion. Okay, the equipment is part of the functional system. Here, what we are presenting with the detailed specs is all the aspects addressed on the context of the equipment. And of course, when there is a clear demonstration of the requirements with the detailed specs, this should ensure that on the assessment of the changes to the functional system, we need only to address in the context of procedures and training of the people. So it is presumed that as soon as there is a demonstration of compliance with the detailed specs, the only elements that the ATM ANS provider needs to address in the context of the change to the functional system is the training and the procedures, and that need to be reviewed by the competent authority. For example, if we are going to have a ATC system subject to the certification, and this is certified, the scope of the oversight by the national competent authority will be to review your assessment as ATM ANS providers in the context of the procedures and the training that you are going to provide to the ATCOs. So we are presuming that as soon you comply with detailed specs, from the system point of view, the equipment fit for the purpose. Please indicate whether this clarifies your issue or your concern, or further details are needed.
Okay. Thank you, As. Thank you, As. I'd also like to reiterate that I say this is equipment leaving the manufacturers, and it has demonstrated a certain level of performance, and as per the detailed specifications which are written there. It is then up to the integrator, the ANSP. They will integrate that equipment into their systems in accordance with the instructions issued by the manufacturer. So you're not left to ensure to do that. You can only do that with the equipment of the manufacturer to ensure that the equipment behaves in the manner which the manufacturer has intended it to. Any deviation is liable to make sure that the equipment does not perform correctly and therefore will not perform as per certified. So it is, you have got all the safety, level of safety, level of performance, level of interoperability already built into those specifications. And you then have to integrate those into your system correctly as instructed. And as okay, right, thank you. Chris, is there another one?
Thanks, Brian. Thanks, Asya. The next question is from Werner Winkelbauer from Frequentis. We are still not sure in which category some specific equipment falls, and thus we would appreciate a more detailed allocation oversight of specific systems to categories. For example, the electronic flight strips, network equipment, server hardware, virtualization and operating system used for all kinds of systems.
Thank you, Werner. This is a question which is very, very frequently asked. The actual way to is what is going to be the use of that equipment, those virtual center, that's virtual equipment, etc. For example, that you mentioned, and that will then dictate in which set of certification declarations or SOC that equipment will fall in. So you've got to really look at how you're intending to use or whether the use of that equipment will be. Of course, as we proceed with amending things and putting these new ways of doing business, especially the virtualized side of it, we will duly consult with you to make sure we are duly recognizing how these systems work and make sure they are subject to the right form of attestation. But it's really where and how you're going to use the equipment and to what end that equipment is going to be used for will drive the subject and the criticality of that equipment. Hope that addresses that point.
The next question in the list is from Paula Santos. For surveillance equipment, for example, ADSB stations, there's also processing equipment, including software, at least to convert the received signal to asterisks. Does this mean that this equipment will always be subject to certification by EASA?
I need to think about that one. So this software, can you read the question again for me, please? Sorry.
For surveillance equipment, for example, the ADSB station, there's also processing equipment, including software, at least to convert the received signal to asterisks. I can't say that word, asterisks. Does this mean that this equipment will always be subject to certification by EASA?
I think the simple answer to that, software is not always subject to certification. It comes back to, again, what you're using it for and what context it is. If it's in the context of a part of equipment which is subject to declaration, or a part of equipment which is subject to certification. So just because you have software does not, and now I'll go back to the other side, does not necessarily mean it's always going to be subject to certification. And it needs to be applied to the intended use and the level which we intend to use it to and use it for. Again, it's always intended use of which you are intending, the equipment you are intending to use. Okay, hopefully that addresses that point.
Next question comes from Einar Snepst. The question is, we're going to purchase new ATM ANS VCS system to be deployed in 2024 and 2025. What type of certificates should we ask from the supplier for further certification process?
But voice communication systems is a certifiable unit. However, if you're in the 2025 thing, there would be probably no DPO to issue you a certification. So the statement of compliance by the ANSP, as we discussed earlier, will be required to be issued against the standard which has been published within the detailed specifications as published. So you're in the transition phase there, so you need to look at where you are in that transition phase, and if by any miracle of a chance, or not say miracle, chance that the supplier of that equipment is a DPO, the certification could be issued, and therefore the framework as presented now will be applicable, and the certification will be required. If not, the NSP will have to issue an SOC against the detailed specifications as published. Again, you're in the transition phase and you need to look at where you are in that phase.
The next question comes from Spiros Polidorou from Eurocontrol, MUAC. Many ATS functions are not listed in the NPA. For example, FDP is restricted to only a few services, but the delegated regulation speaks in much broader terms. For example, what is required for safety nets, for the correlation logic in the FDP, etc.
Thank you for that. I would say that this, again, I would iterate, we have not covered all items in this particular first set. We're on a continuum to introduce the other items, such as maybe things for the FTP in that sense. And if you are doing things before such things are issued, the gen, as I said earlier, the gen part is the only applicable part to be applied. I think that's the basic answer to that particular question. Again, as we go through the continuum, these things will be added.
Thanks, Brian. The next question comes from Nicolas Leon from DSNA. The ground equipment for ATM should be secured by design. This is no more an option. The EASA Gen detailed specifications on cybersecurity should be more ambitious and provide system requirements to meet European NIS and NIS2 directives, and more generally, the most restrictive national regulations on cybersecurity.
Thank you for that. We welcome a comment requiring more restrictive applications of system requirements. If you can make a more detailed proposal of what they should be, we'd be more than welcome. We left them at a fairly high level at this particular case, as we're still in the process of embodying and implementing the Part IS, which is the organizational requirements for cybersecurity, and we're integrating some high-level system requirements for technical requirements within these systems. So if you have any suggestions of what those particular requirements would be, they'll be more than welcome.
There's another question from Einars. It's who's going to define the software and SWAL requirements for particular ATM ANS systems? Will it be EASA, the ANSP? Who?
I got a very simple answer to those questions, but the software requirements, we have, as I said earlier, the software requirements in Gen are actually at the moment defined in those two particular UK standards, which we consider to be guidance material. As it is the manufacturer who is then declaring his particular equipment subject to a certain standard, the SWAL requirements should actually be determined by the manufacturer and propagated by the manufacturer. These are the requirements that he is certifying his equipment to and declared, and he will declare that equipment at that standard. Of course, when you come to integrate it, that is part of your assessment to make sure that the equipment you are purchasing is fit for your use as you move forward. But at the moment, it is foreseen that the manufacturer will do that based on maybe a integration of those two particular standards. So one thing that we want to look for the future, so we do not have a specific and a clear software SWAL standard at this moment in time. It's something that we'll be probably looking for our industry and standardized bodies to develop further in the future to be used. Something like the standards that we use in the airworthiness world, which are quite clear on what standards, what software standards are used for what level of equipment as we move forward. But in principle, it is a manufacturer's responsibility to define what software level he is certifying it to and potentially declare it to ensure that it is fit for purpose. And of course, as we get experience of implementation using this, things may progress and may change as we move forward. Okay.
Okay, the next question we have is from Pedro Rastria. Could you please elaborate a bit more on the SOC statement of compliances in case there are no DS, detailed specifications? If no detailed specifications and no statement of compliance, right? Otherwise, any single and simple system would need a statement of compliance.
I think this question was very well answered before, and it's maybe one of the question slides I missed. It was a bit more detailed slide on statement of compliance. The statement of compliance, as per the part of the DS, contains a gen section. If the bit of equipment you are dealing with falls within the definition of the equipment subject to SOC, and there's not a SOC been issued, the SOC will need to be issued against the gen part until such time as the standards are updated to include those particular requirements. So that's a similar discussion to what we had in the earlier session.
Next question, Brian, comes from Mark Tenenbaum. How is the case of an ANSP cloud-based architecture and a software application produced by a DPO which is subject to certification or declaration? How will this be handled?
Be it cloud-based, be it box-based, it makes no particular difference to the functions, the performance, and interfaces that are required to be met. So as you need to demonstrate that through those particular items, those particular methodologies that you wish to use, you meet and can demonstrate that you meet the particular functional requirements, performance, and interface requirements. Of course, if you are using a cloud system and virtual systems, probably more scrutiny will be put onto how you're ensuring the cyber connection, the cyber interfaces, the security of those particular systems. But the standards, the way it's been, as we said this morning, hopefully being put together so they are agnostic of framework of architecture, and we're looking for performance, function, and interface. Is there any more? Probably thousands more, isn't there?
Yeah, there's quite a few. The next question comes from Fran Aguilera. In part 3, subpart C, what about PSR and SMR?
Thank you for that. PSR, SMR, yes, they're no-end systems. I iterate, and this is the first set to come that have been proposed for you to support those rules which are already out there. These systems will be introduced in due time and in due course. So as I think we're on a continuum. I reiterate, the moment there are systems missing, these systems which are missing will be added, will be incorporated at further updates as we move forward. Maybe the next update will not do all, but maybe the update after that will have more. That time frame is a little bit, it needs to be discussed with the consultative bodies as we move forward and what we're going to put in the next phase of updates. But they will be at some stage in the future, hopefully before the transition period. I'm looking at my bosses here, so it doesn't shoot me. They will, but the 99% of the systems that are out there will be incorporated into these particular standards.
We've got another question from Patrick Lelièvre from FOCA. Assuming ATM ANS equipment scope is determined by the corresponding detailed specification section, what happens in case such equipment is implemented through a set of sub-equipment developed by a different provider? Should we have the process applied at each sub-equipment level?
I have to think about that particular one. This is very similar to, I would say, major changes to lots of implemented and minor changes, which has happened in the past. If they are all happening at once and simultaneously, it will probably be a major change, and therefore either subject to the certification and declaration depending on what equipment you're dealing with, if I've understood the question correctly. However, if they're happening over a long period of time, it's a various minor changes will be suitable. Again, it all depends on how you're packaging it at a particular time. Have I understood the question right? Have I misunderstood the question, Chris?
Maybe I'm wrong on this, and maybe Patrick, if you're able to clarify, but my understanding is that Patrick wants to know if you got a sub-supplier. So you're applying the process to the supplier level, and if you're contracting to a sub-supplier, is there an expectation that we apply these processes to the sub-supplier level?
Oh, that's an organization. That's that part of the organizational requirement within the organizational requirements of the organization, who is the approved organization. We anticipate that they are control of any of their suppliers. So I misunderstood the question. So as an organized level, this is probably should have been a question for this morning, the other session. But it's to do with organizational responsibilities. You are the organization responsible, and therefore you are responsible for your suppliers. And we anticipate that they do all the design in accordance with your procedures.
Okay. And just to complement what Brian says, it depends who will be the certificate or the declaration holder. So he is the ultimate responsible. If we're having subcontracting activities, then the main driver is the holder of the certificate, who should take the responsibility on the demonstration of compliance with the detailed specs. Back to you.
Next question comes again from Spirios. It's a little bit similar to the one that you just entertained, but a bit more specific, Brian. According to the NPA, SDP covers the full chain between sensor and controller working position. Does it imply gateways, local network equipment, COTS, and third-party WAN equipment, for example, connectivity provided by telco companies, that would need to be certified as well?
The WAN equipment is a sensor, but the equipment supplied by your the local networks, that's supplied by a telecommunications supplier, are outside scope. We're not expecting them to be certified in that particular sense. They have to ensure that they're fit for purpose, and the performance that they will anticipate it. Requirements should be specified. You need to set in your specifications, in your declarations of the equipment. But to certify those particular bits of the system supplied by a telecom provider, we do not see them at this moment in time be subject to certification. So it's up to the router to that equipment will be certified. Not that bit of the system, and then the router afterwards, for example, will be certified.
I'm Spiros, by the way, just to clarify, this also applies for the WAN equipment as well?
So I heard WAN, and you're talking about WAN. Yes. So the WAN, depends which side of the router it is. If it's from the telecommunications side, not applicable. If it's on your side, yes. We would anticipate it's part of it. But sometimes this is where we divide. It gets very complicated to give a general answer, because it very depends how the architecture of the equipment of the system you are proposing to design and put into place looks like.
So European-wide networks which are private do not need to be certified then?
Maybe also to complement, this is not the intent that the local to be certified. It depends on the case by case and on the particular design. Based on that, it should be met certain functionality, performance, integrity, and etc. that will be further defined in the detailed specs. But we are not going to, the purpose of the intent is not only to go to the constituent and sub-constituent and sub-part that need to be certified. We're looking on a more, I would say, hierarchical higher level. Manu, if you want to complete.
Yeah, thank you, Asia. Yes, maybe to complement, I think it's important to what has been said by the colleagues. The specifications point at a certain level of functionality and are not prescribing a particular architecture for the design. Depending on the design decision and the definition of the equipment, piece of equipment that would be certified, that of course have implications on the way to demonstrate the different requirements contained in the specs. But it's a design decision. What would be part of the equipment to be certified or not? It's a design decision by the applicant, obviously.
Next question again comes from Fran. According to the previous slide 12, before the break, so going back maybe to Asia, the scope of ATM ANS equipment, the 3C, there can be some ATS equipment that is issued with a statement of compliance. May I ask for some examples of those ATS ground equipment?
I think so. The slide we gave for what is subject to at the moment we're putting in SOC was presented on I can't remember the slide number. ATFM was one of the examples. Local ASM was examples of issues which are subject to SOC. This is the first set. I hope that provides the answer to that particular question. For example, if we go back, what is here? Yeah. Sorry. Do it.
I simply wanted to add that I think it's a mistake. In the SDP specification you have put as means of compliance, the standard for the surveillance chain quality performance requirements. And so you cannot measure surveillance equipment on the standard for the chain, for the end to end. But this is simply, I think, the wrong reference of the means of compliance. That does not mean that now all those end to end, including network and HMI and so is part of the certified scope. That was, I think, it's the ISA's reference is totally wrong in this place.
Okay, thank you, Andrea. We'll reconsider which standards are the right ones to reference in that.
Next question, Brian, is from Werner. what parts of the system need to be certified? For example, for a system with several switches, servers, switches, operating systems, virtualization, and software, can the DPO only certify the software with definition of hardware requirements, and the ANSP or the DPO purchases any COTS hardware, operating systems, virtual machines, which fulfill these requirements?
I think that is very similar to the conversation, this discussion we just had. It very much depends on your design choice, your architectural choice, and what you are asking there to be part of your approved and certified equipment. So the answer to that is depends on what you're asking for in that sense. So there's no right or wrong answer to that question. A lot of these issues are, and it say, as long as you fulfill the function, performance, and integrity and interface requirements as specified, the architecture, how you do it, number of switches, the number of cloud systems you have, whatever virtual systems you have, the number of routers you have, etc., is your architectural choice in doing that. The requirement is to fulfill the function, performance, and interface requirements. Smoothly.
Yes, remote tower are more and more developed. I don't know if, can you find? Yeah, remote tower are more and more developed. I don't know if you have tackled the equipment as camera sensor. Are they considered our ATS equipment? And if it's the case, how can it be integrated in the conformity assessment framework?
Does one of my colleagues want to take that one? How we can put is part of the ATS equipment or not? Remote tower. It's one of the discussions we had earlier, and we never came to a conclusion where we would put it. And this may be part of the continual changes we go through the system.
Yeah, that I may try to provide an answer. I think that is a very specific question, and I believe the same answer we provided a while ago applies. That at the end, it's a decision, architectural decision to be made by the applicant for certification of the equipment. What is the piece of equipment, the product intended to be certified, and that architecture should be part of the documentation presented with the application. So it depends mostly on that architectural decision, what constituents will be part of that particular product subject to certification. And at this point, I would probably stay at that level with the answer until we have more developed examples in these cases. Thank you.
The next question we have is from Paul Vervet. In what category does an ATIS system belong? ATIS is more than metadata distribution.
Yeah, ATIS at this moment in time is in the would possibly be part of the statement of compliance system that's out there. And maybe then one of the next ones that we will add to the systems out there. It's foreseen that it would be part of that particular type of equipment. It doesn't fulfill any of the other particular definitions for certification or declaration. So it would be probably subject to ATIS. To SOC. Again, I say a lot of this equipment, a lot of stuff, we have not yet populated everything. As we get to this equipment, we will then have to make a conscious decision in consultation with yourselves as we go forward, where and which certification declaration SOC this type of equipment and these type of functions fit. Please note again, no, not everything is there yet to be done. And of course, in the transition phase, everything is subject to SOC, data attestation method.
Next question we have is from Hervé. If the software DAL, development assurance level, of equipment depends on ANSP ATM functions, how do you guarantee that certified declared equipment will be available with such expected level? Aren't we creating a chicken and egg issue?
Yeah, thank you. I believe this question has to do with a previous discussion on the interface between the safety assessment at the level of the ANSP and at the level of the manufacturer. In this case, of course, the market will define what is the product offered, and the manufacturers would try to capture what are the needs of the customer ANSPs, and we'll have into account what are normally the functional requirements introduced through the procurement processes, and we'll try to accommodate to the customer baseline. So, of course, in case they would have different requests from their customers' baseline in terms of design assurance level, they could make a decision again on at which level they want to assure their product, so it meets the relevant part of that potential customer baseline. Okay. Thank you.
We have another question from Werner, re-asking the cloud question. For a system subject to certification, if the cloud is owned by the ANSP, does the ANSP have to get approved DPO and certify the cloud, which is used for this system?
Again, I would come down to the fact it depends on the scope of the system you were talking about, and what the cloud is actually being used for. And if you are a DPO yourself as well, as an ANSP, and what you want to do. So it's very hard to give you a specific answer without knowing a bit more details of what you're trying to achieve, what equipment, what functions you're doing. The equipment, ground systems and constituents, the equipment are around functions, performance, and interfaces. The architecture, use of clouds, is part of that design and that choice process that you have. So it's again, I think it probably comes down to how the DPO has split up his particular system, and if the cloud is not part of his system or not, therefore, in that he will not be certifying that is part of his system. And if it's part of yours, it needs to be looked at in a little bit different light. We need to look at it a bit more closely in that, so there's no right or wrong answer in that particular case. Mm-hmm.
So in this particular case, if we speak about traffic services, or I mean, the cloud we are speaking about is used only for ATS, would it be subject to certification, or is it still depending on something? Just to be clear on that, because I don't understand if we only use ATS data or the cloud is owned by the ANSP and it's only used for ATS. Is it subject to certification, or does it depend on something else?
The cloud per se is part of an overall system, and it's the overall system that we're looking at. Maybe the ones which are listed on there as part of the ATS, FTPs, SSTPs. If they're part of those systems, yeah, it'd be subject to the certification. Okay. Depends how you've integrated it as the DPO and what you define your systems to be. So it's a design decision by the DPO.
Okay, and second question to that. So if the applicant is applying with a certification program to EASA, who in the end is taking the decision how far the borders go of the architectural design. You know, if you're saying it's depending on the architecture, what part of network switches, cloud options you have in a specific architecture of a system or constituents, EASA decides upon specific criteria if this certification program is sufficient for being certified, or because I don't clearly see now where we have the dependencies and where the decision is, or what the decision is made upon, on what criteria will EASA then make a positive answer on the certification program or not. This is not very transparent to me yet, if you get my question.
The applicant will come to us hopefully with a system, the definition of that system that he wishes to be certified, and we're talking about certified aspect. We will ensure through the certification progress that the system that he's coming to us fulfills the requirements in terms of the functional requirements, the performance requirements, and the interface requirements that are required in the specification. So it's at that level of looking at we will be doing. We will not be going into, as we said, we're looking at how many switches he has in it, or making specifications about how many switches we have in it. It's his design, for example, it's his design choice. But we were looking at the high level, has whatever he's put together fulfilled those requirements that will be specified.
I know that the certification program is new element, and the details of the certification program is cascaded or clearly defined in the application for the ATM ANS equipment certificate. And for example, this includes first the description, which is the main thing, the proposed equipment characteristic and limitations, the intended use, a proposal for the initial certification, including which are the applicable detailed specs. And after that, it's a proposal for breakdown of the certification program of groups of compliance demonstration activities and data. This is, I would say, the main areas, and based on which, whether it's a novel, whether it's a new functionality, and etc., there will be certain criteria on the basis of which it will be defined the level of involvement where the agency is going to witness this demonstration of this group of activities for the particular area. So this is nothing. This is not novelty for the agency. We have a directorate with hundreds of people dealing with the certification of the aircraft, and we are going to use more or less the same practice, which is evident that it works since a couple of years. But it is acknowledged that for the ATM environment, the certification program is new, but it contains several elements. And at the end, we are also witnessing if it's deemed necessary before we give the approval. Thank you.
Okay, I think we've got time for one more.
The next question again comes from Werner. He's asking questions everyone seems to want to know the answers to. For a system subject to a statement of compliance, if there is a documented non-compliance with some detailed specification, does that automatically mean it must not be put into operation, or can it be put into operation based on some evaluation criteria? And if yes, what are these criteria?
For systems, for equipment subject to statement of compliance, the demonstration of compliance should be with the detailed specifications as acceptable means of compliance with the higher level essential requirements. Therefore, the answer could be there is a need to demonstrate compliance with the specifications, but again, these are acceptable means of compliance. And the same mechanisms to deviate from acceptable means of compliance anywhere else within the ASA framework could apply here. but without looking for ways, for alternative means of compliance, the answer could be yes, there is a need to comply with the SOC specifications.
Also to complement what Manuel said, in the certification domain, there is a so-called equivalent level of safety. So as we are talking about soft law, yeah, it's not a regulation, it's not a hard law. Then there is a possibility, but it does not mean that we need to omit the demonstration of compliance against these detailed specs. It should be proposed something alternative that should meet the expectation of your competent authority. So the system is flexible, but it should be correctly evaluated in order to propose some mitigation measures, clearly recorded, and put some restrictions or limitations, but you need to be aware of the consequences if you do not demonstrate compliance against these detailed specs with this particular AMC. So this is from our general point of view with the information that we have so far, but it depends and it should be evaluated on a case-by-case basis. Thank you.
I think that was the last question that we'll take from the Slido, but there are a lot of other questions. We'll mark them as unanswered and then get back to everyone after the end of the day. I think with that, we're scheduled for a break until, to look at the agenda again. 1 hour. All right. So back at 1:30. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Welcome back also, hopefully, to everybody on the WebEx. Hopefully you've had a good lunch. So we're going to get straight into the next part of the agenda, and we're going to talk about the terms of approval for organizations involved in the design and production of ATM ANS equipment. So hand straight over to Azia, who's going to talk you through that bit.
Thank you, John. So good afternoon, everyone. The next session aims to provide an overview of the requirements for the organizations and for the manufacturers of the ATM ANS systems and constituents, which we should recognize that so far they have not been regulated in the context like certified ATM ANS providers. And this is the novelty and the first rule that somehow discharging the responsibility for the design and production of the equipment from the currently only regulated party, which was the ATM ANS provider, to the manufacturer as well. So, normal setup, we are having a cover regulation with subject matter definition, who the competent authority is, who is the organizations involved in the design or production, amendments to this is part information security, IS, and the entry into force. After that, the cover regulation is followed by 2 annexes. The first one is about requirements again for the agency, because the agency is going to act as a competent authority. And after that, we are moving to Annex 2, which is the particular requirements for organization involved in the design and production. Before moving to the details, here we should also highlight that, as you know, in the morning session, we address the transitional provisions, which is regulated into the article, also there, the last article, entry into force. But there, it's clearly defined the transitional provisions, who is doing what, and etc. Well, here, when we are talking about the approval of the organizations, there will be no transitional provisions, meaning as soon as the regulation is adopted, and meaning it's published in the official journal, then 20 days after the publication, it's enter into force. And immediately, if our manufacturers feels confident and they are ready to demonstrate their capability, they are allowed to apply to EASA for organizational approval as a manufacturer or as an organization involved in the design or production. So here we do not, that's why we do not have the transitional provisions in this regulation. It becomes immediately applicable 20 days after the publication in the official journal. Now, we will make a short overview and we'll go through the requirements. First one is the requirements for the agency. It is, I would say, standard setup, some general requirements in subpart A, the management requirements in subpart B, and the certification, oversight, and enforcement requirements for the agency in the context of the organizational approval and oversight, and what kind of enforcement. The principles here are absolutely the same like any organizational requirements, of course, duly considering the specificities. But here, for example, sorry, there are some mistakes I will correct before we uploading. But for example, when we are talking about the management for the agency, it's clearly that the process and procedure shall be put in place. After that, allocation of tasks to qualified entities, changes to the management system in the context of the authority, like in the context of the agency, and after that the particular requirements for the certification, oversight, and enforcement. Here, what should be highlighted that the first set of the AMC and guidance material does not introduce any AMC and GM. In this moment, it was not felt necessary to propose a set of acceptable means of compliance and guidance material for the agency, because in any case, the agency is acting as a competent authority, and we have already in place certain means and guidance material in order to run the business in the context of the approval for the manufacturers. So just some highlights on the specificities of the subpart C, which is the certification, oversight, and enforcement. There are specific requirements for the issue of the approval of the organization, and there is not such kind of a template, like for example in Appendix 1 to Annex 2 of the 373, but it is a detailed description of and specification of the approval for the organization. Of course, because the only competent authority for the manufacturer will be the agency, it will be synchronized and standardized at the end, the approval that at the end of certification process, the manufacturer is going to get it. After that, it's a normal process. We are talking about oversight program with the possibility the first oversight cycle is 2 years, and after that, the extension to the possible extension after these 2 years to 36 months or to 48 months under certain conditions. After that, we are talking about changes to the information security management system, which is additional and other elements which is not as a rulemaking activities driven by the ATM domain. But already this regulation has been adopted and now force also to the agency some information security aspects that need to be considered. And after that, it's coming, of course, the finding, corrective actions, and enforcement measures. So in this context, the authority requirements are absolutely standard, already known setup. Now moving to Annex 2, this is the requirements for organizations involved in the design and the production. We are having, I would say, similar like certified ATM ANS provider, 3 subpart ABC. we're talking about general. After that, it's about management and the technical requirements. Now, let's move to the first subpart, scope and eligibility. And only in the context of the application for the design or production and failures, malfunctions and defects, there are proposed set of AMC and guidance material. Here also we are having certain requirements for organizational exposition about the duration, continuity, validity, and the privileges of the organizational approval. Nothing surprisingly compared to the other domains, including the certifiable ATM ANS provider, the approval has an unlimited duration, provided that the manufacturer continues to demonstrate compliance with the applicable requirements. After that, we're having about facilitation and cooperation, that it should be given access to the agency, how the manufacturer should treat the findings raised by the agency as a competent authority and the corrective actions. Some requirements on the manufacturer in the context of the immediate reaction to safety, security and interoperability problems. And the last provision was about the approval transferability, meaning if there is a provider which ceases to operate, how and what will be the requirements in order to transfer the approval privileges. A couple of words about on this slide, what you can see is the AMC about the application for the design and production organization approval, and in the context of the demonstration of capability. And on the down corner, you can see that there is a quite stable set of AMC and guidance material about failures, malfunctions, and defects. This is in the context of the so-called occurrence reporting requirements. We have occurrence reporting requirements in 373 regulation, which set up the requirements and the responsibility of the ATM ANS providers. And there are, if my memory serves me correctly, it's ATM ANS or A065.Charlie, which says what should the provider do when it has been detected some failures, malfunctions, or defects on the systems, provided that at that moment it's not the ATM ANS provider, the one who is designing the system. So in order to close the loop, back when the ATM ANS provider needs to report, of course, on the side of the manufacturer, it should be established process and procedures in order to cope with such kind of reports or errors or deficiency in the system. And in order to enable these requirements, it has been set the detailed AMC and guidance material in this context. So in order just to conclude, the first annex, subpart 8 about general part, only has limited set of AMC and guidance material, but as the aim of this public consultation is to gain feedback, even when you're reading the AMC and guidance material and you identify that in certain areas there is a need for AMC and guidance material, please feel free to put it. Maybe we are not going with the first step, to address with the ED decision, but it will be considered through the regular updates of the AMC and guidance material. The next set of AMC and guidance material are addressed to the management and the management system requirements for the manufacturers as an organization. Here, what we have, I would say, very standard setup of the requirements management system. change management, facility requirements. After that, the contracted activities, what will be the responsibility, the actions, the follow-up actions, and the interactions with the contracting organization, personal requirements, and record keeping. Again, only the green lighted provisions contain the dedicated AMC and guidance material. We took the, I would say, the best practices from the other aviation domains, and we do not expect any surprises. But again, the invitation to you, feel free to address it if you identified any inconsistency as part of the public consultation. This on the screen is just the example of the management system and change management and contracted activities, the dedicated AMC and guidance material. The novelty. The next slide just explain when we are talking about change management, the detailed principles about management of major and minor changes, as it was and it was explained also in the morning, was linked here as part of the implementing rule, because one of the requirements and the prerequisites in order the manufacturers to be eligible is first to be able to classify major and minor changes with regard to the equipment that they are producing. And in this context, again, our appreciations to the colleagues who were part of the rulemaking group, who in a subset of a group made the first proposal, and after that this proposal was further elaborated amongst the whole group. And this is the proposal for minor changes to certified or declared functionality or any change to the client functionality, major change to certified functionality, or we call it approved, and the different steps: notification of a change to EASA prior implementation, authorization to proceed, notification of a change to EASA after the completion, and reissue of certificate or declaration. This concept of the major and minor changes, because applies here in the context of certifiable and declarable equipment, has been also introduced for the statement of compliance for the providers, ATM ANS providers. This, the principles are the same, because this is also a means of attestation when we're issuing the statement of compliance. So the same principle was translated. Maybe there are some, I would say, mistakes or inconsistency, but as soon as you identify such kind of issues, please put your comments in the CRT. And the last set of the requirements was in subpart C, which is the so-called technical requirements. And the only set of the AMC and guidance material was in the context of organizations. This is the general. In the design or production of ATM ANS equipment, there are certain provisions about the coordination between the coordination internally and the coordination with the end users, and what will be the actions when the ATM ANS manufacturers get a directive. The next slides address the certain AMC guidance material that were addressed under the DPO ORC 001. It was proposed as a guidance material in illustrative manner, the different steps into the production process, because the production is also new novelty for the ATM community. The different steps: manufacturing acquisition, conformance to the design data, release process, delivery to customer. And it was we were trying to identify the different documents that are associated to the different steps, and where, for example, the certificate and the declaration of design compliance stand, and for example, file of design technical data, EASA release form, installation manual, and equipment markings. Also, you can see in the release process file of production technical data, EASA release form, installation manual, and equipment marking. So we were able, with the fully support of the industry, once again, I would like to highlight that without the inputs from the industry, including the manufacturer, but also the ATM ANS provider, we will be not able to deliver to you this set of AMC guidance material. And on another hand, we should acknowledge that this is in order to enable the manufacturers to demonstrate compliance to the requirements. And several times during the day, you have heard about the EASA release form. So this is a form with which the manufacturer is going to declare that what they have produced is in compliance with the design data, including compliance with the EASA detailed specs, and they have followed their processes and procedures which are part of organization eligible and privileged to deliver the final product. For that purpose, we have developed and proposed a form. So first, the EASA release form as a requirements is part of the AMC, and the form itself is, if I memory serves me correctly, is a GM. But please feel free also to indicate whether you believe that it should remain GM, or maybe because this will go to several customers, which at the end will be the ATM ANS provider, should not become an AMC. So we are open to any suggestions. So with this, I would say we could summarize the requirements for organization in order they to get an approval and be eligible to apply or to make a declaration for the ATM ANS equipment. We should also acknowledge that the processes and the framework for this is not so complex as in the morning what we have discussed. So we are open to any questions. Thank you. It's your turn.
Okay, the first question that we have comes again from Nicolas Leon at DSNA. And the question is, does EASA plan to publish an EU open database recording A, certified DPO with the details of the certificates, the validity, etc. B, certified ground equipment with details of the certificates, and C, issued statement of compliance by the ANSP or DPO, and finally D, known defects on certified and declared ground equipment.
It's Mama. Okay.
Yeah, for some of the elements in the list, those will be contained even in the registry that is to be developed in accordance with the basic regulation, for which an implementing act was also addressed even last week, together with this package at the ASA committee, and the Commission could confirm. So some of those elements will be included in that registry when it is in place. That is probably not fully answering the question, which is asking whether it will be published publicly. And for elements A and B, I could say we need to fully define what is the level of information that we made available publicly. But for items A and B, there might be the need to ensure that this information is public. I don't see the need for Charlie, for item C there, to have that information gathered, but we have not done that analysis. This is a very initial answer. And for Delta, I don't have it on the screen now. I don't remember what was it next. Non-defects also certified and declared ground equipment. So that information for sure will need to to be made available to interested parties. For example, in the context of the management of occurrences, there might be instruments to make that information available. Of course, if the need to make this information public in a more general way would be identified, there might be instruments in the ASTA system. But in principle, I would not add them as to the set of information that might be considered for public availability. Thank you.
The next question comes from an anonymous, talking about the software allocation level. The allocation process should be under the responsibility of the ANSP. DPO shall demonstrate that compliance with the SWAL allocated by the ANSP and the ANSP's SPS should have access to the evidences of compliance with independence of the EASA certificate. So I think it's more of a statement of what they believe should be the case, and they're looking for confirmation that we would agree with that. So for that one, I think we will come back to you on it, but it's understood the question. Second question also is marked anonymous, but 7 people upvoted it. It has to do with a safety assessment. In terms of 373, it includes equipment. In relation to the risk assessment, could it be necessary, In relation to the risk assessment, it could be necessary that the established safety requirements to the equipment to failures in their provision. Sorry, I'm struggling with the sentence. I try again here. So the safety assessment in terms of 373 includes equipment. It could be necessary to establish safety requirements to the equipment and to their failures in the provision of the risk assessment. What would be the evidence? And is the certificated is possible? Is that not enough? I'm not quite sure on that last statement either, but I think we understand the intent of the question. Or would you like me to clarify and come back?
Thank you. I believe I kind of understand what the question is about. I think it has to do with the interface of the safety assessment at the level of the ANSP and at the level of the design production organization. The detailed specifications as proposed contain a section on risk assessment, which with some AMC, which asks the design production organization to do a failure mode and effects analysis. That analysis will be documented with a set of documents that could include that type of information. That is for sure relevant information to be considered by the ANSP in the frame of their own safety assessment. And that information will be most likely need to be made available in one way or the other by the DPO to the ANSP. And I think with that we are providing at least partial answer to that question. So, thank you.
The next question comes from Fran Aguilera. Should the ATM ANS equipment release form attach external documentation evidences about how the ground equipment is compliant with the AMCs and detailed specifications? I read it again. Should the ATM ANS equipment release form attach external documentation evidence about how the ground equipment is compliant with the AMCs and detailed specifications?
The DCA's release form is a declaration by the manufacturers that what they have produced is in compliance. There is no need for additional evidence that they did comply with the detailed specs in the MC guidance material, because this will be not subject to oversight by the end users, by the ATM ANS provider. It is just as an assurance and a declaration that the equipment which they are going to deliver complies with the detailed spec and it has been produced in accordance with the approved procedures. Thank you.
The next question comes from Anonymous. FMEA performed by the DPO considers failures, etc. In the EQ, I'm not sure what they mean there. In the equipment, thank you, Begonia. So the FMEA performed by the DPO considers failures, etc. in the equipment, but the ANSP shall develop the assessment of it, transfer into ops and during ops. It is possible that mitigation required by the ATCO shall be evidenced. How will it be proceeded? The ANSP inspection to the DPO or requirement in the contract?
Yeah, I think this question is very much related to the previous one. It's on the link of the failure mode effects assessment analysis and how this information will fit with the safety assessment done by the ANSP. As mentioned before, this information is relevant for the ANSP and might be necessary. I understand the question now as what happens if the information provided would not fully satisfy the needs of the ANSP to fulfill all safety requirements. In that case, of course, there might be a need to have additional mitigation measures at the level of the safety demonstration at the ANSP. It's a very concrete question, but in any case, the way forward is for the results of the analysis to be made available as needed to the ANSP. And this is the concept behind those requirements introduced in the detailed specifications. Thank you.
Next question comes from Vincent Armistead at NATS. What should an ANSP expect to receive from a DPO for minor changes which are not notifiable to EASA and do not result in an update to the certification? Is the ANSP still expected to notify these minor updates as changes to the functional system?
Usually, when there are minor changes, we do not expect any changes to the operation. And because it's not expected to have it functional changes. In this situation, the minor changes are somehow linked with I would say, with no impact on the functional system. However, if there are minor changes, at least we can invite you to provide us an example that for minor changes to the equipment that could lead to the change to the functional system, because for us, one of the main drivers is the functionality. If there is a change to the functionality, then it should be classified as a major change. And then first we are going to have a change to the certification basis. And after that, this could lead also to the change to the functional system. But at this moment, we cannot conclude, or to our knowledge, there is no such kind of changes that would lead to a change to the functional system in order the ANSP to request a review from the national authority. Usually the minor changes are some sort of patches or small updates of software or something like that, but we do not expect to minor change. In conclusion, we do not expect the minor changes to lead to the change to the functional system. Thank you.
I could try just to complement a little bit for the sake of clarity, just to make sure that all changes are changes, and minor major changes have an impact on how those are managed. whether there is a need to notify a priori or whether they need to be reviewed. But in any case, changes are changes, and of course they need to be tracked. And also the ENSP would need to know what is the version of a particular system running in their functional system. Another thing is whether those changes can be notified a posteriori or they just need to be tracked. But just to make clear that changes, minor, major, or categorized in a different manner, they are still changes and they need to be tracked. Okay. Thank you.
Next question we have is Uta Schiffel, from Uta Schiffel. When can manufacturers expect further guidelines and FAQs how to apply for certification for the DPO for products once certified?
Thank you for this question. So we are already working on that, especially on the FAQs. Our aim is after the publication of the regulation in the official journal, somewhere in autumn, we to start to populate the web page. And of course, during the population of the FAQ, if we identify that further ANC guidance material are needed, we are going to amend the ED decision. But if we're talking about the application form, that to the application form, it should be attached the exposition and etc. This will be part of the guidelines how you need to fill in the application form for the DPO approval. This is normal not rulemaking, sorry, it's normal business for the agency, and it will be available immediately or shortly after the publication in the official journal. Thank you.
The next question comes from R.O. Sorana Pop. What happens when the equipment sold by a DPO during the transition period and installed by the ANSP, but at the end of the transition period, the DPO has not been certified by EASA?
As it was mentioned in the morning, maybe I need to go to the slide in order to visualize. Just a second. Yeah. All right. So, as it was explained, we are going to have it during the transitional period, legacy equipment provisionally compliant. And during this provisional period, it will be a possibility either to have a statement of compliance, usually by the ATM ANS provider. This becomes also some sort of a legacy equipment after 2028, meaning that the equipment which is already deployed, it will be again provisionally compliant, subject to evaluation by EASA. You can see this on the bottom of the slide where it says evaluation by EASA of legacy ATM ANS ground equipment issued with the statement of compliance between the period of 2023 to 2028, but subject to certification and declaration. But if after 2028, this equipment is updated or modified, then either another DPO which is already approved should get a certificate or should declare that the equipment modified or updated is compliant with the detailed specs, or the ATM ANS provider should become an approved DPO. But from 2028, it will be not anymore allowed certifiable and declarable equipment to be attested with a statement of compliance, which could be the case between 2023 and 2028. I hope this clarifies the status quo. Thank you.
The next question comes from Luca Ferrio at ANAC, Italy. The DPO will be certified, but what about the release form? It can be signed by an authorized person, but what about authorization? Just a declaration from the organization or a structured certification like CS in airworthiness framework?
Again, the statement of compliance is a declaration from the manufacturers. This declaration or as a release form should be signed by authorized from the DPO personnel. It is so-called organizational requirements, how the delegation will be cascaded from the accountable manager to this so-called authorized personnel in order they to be capable or authorized to sign this EASA release form. But this is a declaration because these authorized personnel should check, and this is based on their internal processes within the DPO, should check that what has been produced is in compliance with the design data, including compliance with the EASA detailed specs, and it has followed the approved processes and procedure as part of the management system of the approved DPO. Thank you. Back to you.
Next question comes from Herbert Bachmeier. Does equipment conformity assessed by an ANSP and having a statement of compliance, can it be freely used on the European market? That means equipment with a statement of compliance could be used by an ANSP without reissuing the statement of compliance. In that case, a European database might be useful.
All right. The statement of compliance is again a sort of declaration. As in the morning session, it has been highlighted. There is no provision for a registry of such kind of declaration of compliance. While for the declarable equipment, it will be set up a registry. The short answer is no. Because it is an ultimate responsibility of the ATM ANS provider who is deploying this particular equipment to issue this statement of compliance. So if we have an ANSPA issue a statement of compliance, just hypothetically, for its equipment enabling the AIS provisions, they could really sell it to other ATM ANS provider B, but then there are two options. Either ATM ANS provider B to issue a statement of compliance, or ATM ANS provider A to be approved DPO and issue a statement of compliance on behalf of the ATM ANS provider B. So these are the two options in this particular case. Thank you.
The last question comes from Michel Granville from Airbus. How does the agency ensure consistency between technical specifications for ATM ANS ground equipment, CSDS ATM ground equipment, statement of compliance, ATM ground equipment, and certification specifications for initial airworthiness, for example, CS ACNS, CS ETSO?
Thank you very much for the question. Maybe I wasn't hoping for this question, but okay, we got it. This is something which not really happened very well in the past, but as we move forward into the future, one of the ways we see it happening is fact more through a common rule-making task. So we address together the technical requirements as in the same working arrangement, in the same regulatory tasks, the same adoption framework for the particular systems that we're talking about. Furthermore, we would like, as we move forward, to encourage maybe the standardization organizations to work in a manner such that when they do the standards, they work in a harmonized manner together as well to make the adoption and into the system so much easier. But it's a road where now, this is a path now and a road that we now have to start walking down to try and ensure that. We now have the framework in place to enable us to ensure and to help those interoperabilities and consistency between the two systems work. I hope that addresses it.
I think we have time for one more question. There's one more from Aro Sorana, Pound Pop. What is the approach to follow for equipment for which the acquisition procedure has already started, but the process finalized after 13 September 2023? The detailed specifications might not have been considered by the ANSP at that point.
From the entry into force of the package and availability of the detailed specifications, of course, this is the reference. The acceptable means of compliance to be used to demonstrate compliance under the new framework. So this is the standard approach that should be followed. As the question states, there might be processes ongoing where the date when the conformity assessment is finalized is beyond the applicability of the new framework, while the work was started under the previous framework. In those cases, the ANSP will need to find the most suitable way forward. The conformity assessment evidence will be available, and I would like to highlight that the detailed specifications, the content is built on the previously existing specifications under the previous framework. So in terms of technical content, that should not be that difficult, but it would be up to the ANSP to make sure that the evidence gathered, collected, serves the purpose of testing compliance under the new framework. In particular cases, of course, some gap assessment might be needed, and some discussion with the relevant competent authority might be needed to see how the available evidence is packaged and complemented. But this is already an ad hoc discussion that might be needed depending on when, how, what evidence is available for a particular development. And I hope that this addresses the question. Thank you.
We have another question from Fan Aguilera. In the following scenario, an ANSP put into service some ground equipment, for example, an ADSB, with its statement of compliance. On September 2028, the manufacturer is not approved as a DPO. Should the ANSP deinstall it and deploy some ground equipment from another DPO?
Thank you. I think that we have already addressed this question, but maybe I need to further aim to be more clear. So if during the period between 2023 and 2028, there is equipment, then the main means of attestation will be the statement of compliance. After that, this statement of compliance for certifiable equipment will become legacy equipment, and it will be like you can see on the screen, evaluation by EASA of legacy ATM ANS equipment issued with statement of compliance 2023-2028, but subject to certification and declaration. So it shouldn't be they installed, it could remain and continue to be into service. However, if at that moment, at a certain moment, there will be a need for change or modification, then this change or modification should be performed by approved design organization. I hope that this clarifies now the question. Yeah, because in this situation, the approved DPO should have the privileges for this particular equipment to be able to make major changes. In this situation, it will become a major change. Thank you.
You got a response from Fran. Last question in the list I see is from Anonymous. When an equipment transfers into operation, an ANSP shall perform a safety assessment. ANSP shall identify risks at 3 levels: procedures, human, and equipment. At the equipment level, failures will be related with the ANSP functional system. Thank you, Asia. Is that correct? Meaning system failures will be analyzed in the DPO assessment.
Our first reaction and response is affirmative, yes. And that's why after that, if there is any failures during the operation identified by the ATM ANS provider, they need to be reported back to the manufacturers, and therefore there was specific requirements that we have pointed out. It's called failures, malfunctions or something. Sorry, I cannot recall by heart. But yes, at the equipment level, this should be addressed by the manufacturer. Thank you.
That was the last question. So you're a little bit ahead of schedule for the next section.
Let's continue.
All right, thank you. And as I mentioned in the beginning of the workshop, sorry, I don't know why my computer is stuck. As in the beginning of the presentation, we have announced to you that we are going to have guest speakers, because for the next session aims mainly to address the changes to the addressed in the Common Requirements Regulation 373. And as the guest speakers, we have two members of the rulemaking group. One is coming from the ATM ANS provider, enough. And after that, we are going to have the colleague from BAF, who are going to address the ATM ANS provider's responsibility and their oversight in the new conformity assessment. So Giuseppe, can you hear us and can you speak? Please try.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Very well, thank you.
Thank you. Well, shall I start?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. So thank you again, EASA, for hosting this meeting in a hybrid format, because it allowed me to do this presentation remotely. And welcome everybody in my living room, at least for the next 20 minutes. Let me just recap, considering that we are late in the evening, just recap some main milestone identified from the NSP perspective. And the first one is, of course, the delegated act on conformity assessment, and two, amendment to the implementing rules 373 and SERA regulation that have been developed mainly to ensure consistency between previous and the new regulatory framework, but also to allow recasting of IOP regulation within the existing framework. The other main milestone is the 2023-05 MPA, where acceptable means of compliance guidance material have been produced, as well as detailed specification adopted by EASA for certification, declaration, and statement of compliance purpose. Another content of the new NPA is about the MCGM to the 373, just aimed to clarify some change in the management of change requirement, as well as to introduce how to manage the new piece of evidences. So, okay, let's try. We have already got those definitions this morning from EASA, the one from a functional system and one from ATM ANS system. So maybe we can move directly to the next slide, where the ATM ANS system, as defined in basic regulation, has been in some way combined with the other definition in terms of constituents, still stemming from the basic regulation, where it is meant as tangible objects, such as hardware, and intangible objects, such as software, upon which the IOP of the European Air Traffic Management Network depends. What is the key point here? The point is that with the new framework, these two definitions have been combined together in terms of ATM ANS equipment, or more generally ground equipment. But the meaning of constituent and system is equivalent, is the same. But if we want to talk about functional system, then we have to refer to the definition coming from the 373, which is about the functional system, people, procedure, and equipment. Okay, this said, let's have a look to the next slide. which is about the key arrangement in the new proposed framework. First point, the point here is that the compliance of ground equipment with the essential requirement stemming from the Annex 8 of the Basic Regulation are now based on the detailed specification adopted by EASA, where of course we have seen this morning that a lot of responsibility have been shared between ANSP and DPOs, but also competent authority and the EASA. What is important here to stress again, repetitio iuvant, we say, is that ground equipment for which we have no detailed specification are not identified as within the scope of the new framework, so are not subject to the statement of compliance to certification of declaration. Again, about the flexibility in the approach, we already said that if for equipment already in services, the declaration of verification is still valid, but is subject to EASA evaluation, meaning that the competent authority will be requested to facilitate this task by providing EASA with all the necessary documentation. And we all, I'm sure that we all here sympathize with EASA for the huge work that is going to face with this evaluation. The other possibility is about the systems and constituent ground equipment put in services in the transitional period from entry in force, from the date of entry in force until September 2028. In this case, the main attestation process will be the statement of compliance from the ATM ANS provider. Then we will see more in the detail later on. For all the other equipment put in service after the transition period, then the ground equipment has to be fully compliant to the next framework, to the new framework. Sorry. Last point is about the change to the overall responsibility from in the management of change of the NSP under the 373. And the point here is that there is no change. The installation, operational integration, recurrent maintenance remain under the shoulder of the ANSP. The point here is that the acceptable means of material, guidance material that have been produced in the NPA provide us with some elements in understanding how to manage this additional piece of evidences and how they contribute to the management of change that is under the 373. Okay, next slide, please. Let's have a look now to some novelty introduced. I know I said before, some of these issues have been already described by Anastasia during the days, but it is important to fix and it may help to say again something. One of the points that is relevant from the NSP perspective is about the management of legacy ground equipment. In this case, it shall be stressed again that conformity assessment based on existing 552 is still valid and will be still valid until the end of the ground equipment life cycle, unless a major change is introduced. But what is a major change? Major change is something that impacts the certification basis. And with the certification basis, I mean the detailed specification adopted by EASA. At the same extent, we can also highlight one of the problems that we faced at the beginning of this rulemaking task, and it was about the change management to the attestation process this time. What happened when we had certified or declared or stated compliant equipment and we change some elements or some functionality of this ground equipment? Well, if we change functionality, again, we are talking about a major change affecting the certification basis. But in case we do not do this, then the change can be classified as minor. And in this case, there is no need, in case of minor change, there is no need to issue again the attestation, the existing attestation. One other point that we can highlight is that it's about the fact that at the very beginning of the new framework, it is expected that there won't be any approved DPO. So what to do? The only possible things to do is just to apply the scenario 1, which is described in the next slide. And is about the issuance of statement of compliance by certified ANSP, meaning that EASA published the list, because we are talking about statement of compliance, list specific detailed specification, but also in case of certification declared specification, we can use this process at the beginning of the transition period. So EASA published the certification basis. Then the supplier designed the product, produced the product, and the certified NSP is responsible for providing integration and testing activities according to the new article, the existing article 045 with some more amendments that have been described in the 373 amendment. Again, the certified NSP issue the statement of compliance, and then the process goes directly inside the classical management of functional changes we said before, which is under the 373. Okay, next slide. Okay, now let's have a look to some specific aspect of this statement of compliance. We already said that it is not subject to approval, but it will be just subject to competent authority oversight. We have a standard template for it. It has been included as a guidance material in current proposal. There is a request to the NSP to provide the input for possibly moving it as MC. I don't know yet, because this will be managed through the traditional process applied for collecting comments from the community, so we will see. At the moment, the idea is that having an acceptable means of compliance instead of a guidance material will be beneficial for mutual recognition of the attestation in other states and other member states. But as I said, the final conclusion will be drafted in the comment you will receive. Of course, the statement of compliance needs to be verified in terms of applicability of requirement before the issuance of the SOC. And for this purpose, it is worth noticing that the NSP might have some problems to issue this statement of compliance without any support from the supplier. But in case of not approved supplier, this regulation does not govern this case, what to do with the not approved supplier. So the point here is just to highlight that a sort of contribution from the supplier would be more than beneficial for the NSP to ensure that the ground equipment will be designed according to the detailed specification, and also to ensure that it will be manufactured, verified, and tested in the intended use. So a possible way, it's just a possible way to do this, is to try to apply a like the SAO approach. Meaning that we could ask into the contract some support to the supplier in performing such assessment. I say again, it's not a requirement, it's not mandatory, it's not mentioned in the current NPA. It is just recommended because it might be helpful for the NSP to have this support from the supplier. We already said that minor changes to the statement of compliance does not require reissuance. There is no need of notification prior to change implementation, but just after completion. Obviously, it will be done, it has to be done in accordance with the change management procedures. The NPA also specified that unplanned change are possible to cover needs, urgent needs such as security patch, for example, or safety issues, I don't know. and then they will be managed in a specific way. And last but not least, all those statements of compliance should be recorded. I'm not sure if shall be or should be recorded from the NSP providers. Anyway, they should be made available upon competent authority request. Okay, let's have a look to the next slide. So until now, we just probably said something that things that have been already described during the day. In this slide, from this slide in advance, we will see some question mark I identified. And the first one was about the possibility to issue a certification or declaration in case, to include the possibility to issue a SOC even for certified or declared equipment. It has been clarified today that this option is not possible, so there is no need for statement of compliance when we have a DPO approved, a certified equipment, or a declared equipment. In this case, there are no rooms for issuing a statement of compliance. Another point, so in this case, we have also an answer to the question, but not in the other case that we are going to see now. And it is about the occurrence reporting. We already have this occurrence reporting request as an article of the 373. The point here is that now, with the new regulation, some events are to be collected and investigated by DPO. For example, hazards, for example, near-miss events, and so on. The point is that it is widely recognized that most of these events lie in the sphere of the provider's competencies rather than DPO. So the point here is that it seems necessary to have a sort of contribution from the NSP. And I'm not sure that what we have today in terms of acceptable means of material, guidance material, will be enough. It's just an open point, just a question to the community. Let's think about this and try to understand if what we have today, if it is enough or not for the new scope under this new framework. So the answer is yet to come. Let's see the next slide. Another open option, another question is about the concept of novelty. We have introduced as amendment to the 373 the fact that new operational concept or new technology should be considered as a novelty and should be included in the rationale from the competent authority to review or not to review the change. And the point is here is still open. It is enough what we have today for what concern the needs of reviewing the change or not. Maybe yes, maybe not, but probably something at MC level would be beneficial at the moment, at least in my mind. The other 2 points are about the impartiality of the staff, adding independent checking function in the demonstration of compliance in 2 different moments: the impartiality of the staff before putting the ground equipment in the services, and independent checking function before issuing a sort of statement of compliance. Well, maybe most of the management system in the NSP already covers this aspect, but maybe not. So pay attention to these 2 requests, because these are requests that are new requests that were not so evident before. Of course, the compliance procedures for statement of compliance shall be approved by the competent authority. Okay, let's see the last slide. This is about some conclusion. They are preliminary conclusion. I'm sure you understand that they are preliminary simply because nobody has direct experience of application of this new framework. So we can just provide some initial conclusion. And the first one is that, of course, what we have defined today with the new framework is good enough to satisfy the request from the basic regulation, the legislative request from the basic regulation, because it satisfies the request of the article for certification, declaration, for the decision to have EASA as main competent authority and national competent authority for oversight of the SOC and blah, blah, blah. But on the other hand, and this of course also allow for a good interoperability and performance checking of the ground equipment. But when we talk about safety, which is the main concern, I'm not yet sure that this new framework will help us to build something more safer than before. I don't know, just to be, because in some way the certification and declaration, and it is in the same spirit of some of the comments have been produced during this day, the safety of the operation, the way where the ground equipment, the operational context where the ground equipment will be used is something that lies not in the equipment itself, but in the functional system, including people and procedures. So we will see. Another point is about the rooms for reduction of effort from the NSP perspective. It is, of course, useful to rely on a certified or declared equipment, but we have already said that integration activity, test activities still are under the NSP shoulders. And so until this verification activity remains on the provider shoulder, maybe this gain will be, this reduction in effort will not be so relevant. In some way, this could also be seen as a positive things, because initially, at the very beginning of the story, I thought that this new framework would have impacted significantly with the current management system in the NSP perspective. But today, considering the transitional period and the current amendment that we described in the 373, this impact maybe won't be so relevant. Maybe yes, I don't know, maybe something in the middle. However, it won't be, in my opinion, at least it won't be so significant as initially thought from me. Last but not least is the fact that some concepts like severity of effect, risk assessment, safety assessment, and also SWOL allocation are normally under the competencies of the NSP again and depend on the operational usage. So this process, to be really effective, needs some contribution from the ATS providers. For example, in the SWOL definition, for example, because when we say that a certain equipment has a certain SWOL, it shall be made clear that demonstration and also maintenance of that SWOL is something that is under the NSP shoulder. And so if we accept, in case we should accept a ground equipment with a SWOL more overprotective, for example, more restrictive than what is really necessary, then it might be onerous from the NSP to maintain this SWOL, because some, as I said before, some evidences are under the NSP shoulder. So we, and I would like strongly suggest to think about this and to evaluate if possible acceptable means of compliance could be drafted to be sure that the SWOL allocation does not interfere too much with the operational usage of the equipment. This is more or less from my side. So thank you.
Thank you, Giuseppe. We were considering at what moment we to take the questions, but in order to complete the picture, maybe now we are going to give the floor to our colleague from the authority, Michel, who is with us in the meeting room. So please, Michel.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Hello all together and good afternoon. Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Michael Rüth. I'm from the German NSA. And I would like to tell some words about the oversight in the new conformity assessment. I have the presentation in two parts. The first few slides are going about the task of the NSA, and the second part is about the problems we were faced with the interoperability rule and the solutions I expect with the conformity assessment. Yeah, what's new for the NSAs? First of all, I would like to focus on the timeline. Until September 2023, everything as until now, the ANSP issued DOVs and the NSAs have to oversee the declaration of verification. In the transitional period from September 2023 until 28, the DOVs issued from ANSP remain valid. And until DPOs are certified and the ATM ANS equipment is certified declared, the ANSP have to issue statement of compliance for all the ATM ANS equipment. All ATM ANS equipment meets the ATS, COM, SUR, NAV, AIM, ASM, ATFM and MET. So the whole EATMN equipment. The DPO may issue statement of compliance on behalf of ANSP, as we already heard before. The oversight from the NSAs is about the statement of compliance for these ATM ANS equipment. Second task is to support EASA concerning the evaluation of the new equipment in case of EASA does it. After September 2028, when the fully applicability of the conformity assessment is given, the ATS, COM, SUR and NAV equipment is certified by EASA and or declared by the certified DPO, and the ANSP have only to issue statement of compliance for AIM, ASM, ATFM and MET. And for this statement of compliance, the NSAs have the task to oversee that. So the next slide, please. Now I would like to focus on the change management. If an ANSP integrates new or modified ATM ANS equipment into a functional system, they have to ensure that the equipment is certified by EASA or declared from a certified DPO. An ANSP has then to establish procedures to create statement of compliance. That means they have to verify the functionalities of that equipment to ensure that they are compliant with the detailed specifications. And they have to create statement of compliance. The next task from the ANSP is to establish deployment procedures for putting ATM ANS equipment into service. That is therefore that they perform testing and inspections to ensure that the ATM ANS equipment is usable in its deployment environment. And the NSA tasks for that is to update the change management procedures for the new conformity assessment. And the NSA has as a new task to oversee the ANSP's conformity assessment. That means to oversee the verification of compliance procedures, to establish the statement of compliance and also the deployment procedures, putting the systems into service in the deployment environment. And in addition, the NSA may participate in the compliance activities. That's in principle possible today, but in the new rules, there is now a dedicated AMC for that possibility. Next slide, please. Now I would like to focus on the certifying activities, because there is a new Article 3.2 of regulation on DPO approval. There is stated the agency may seek administrative support from national competent authorities for the performance of its tasks related to certification, oversight, and enforcement when executing its function under this regulation. That is an opportunity for NSAs to support EASA in the certifying activities. My conclusions to the conformity assessment: I think it's a lot of new material, a lot of regulations and AMC and guidance material to get familiar with. And I think also it's a big learning process for all, for the DPOs, for the ANSPs, and also for NSA and the EASA. And especially at the beginning, I think we will have a lot of questions about the application during the daily business. And I wish us all that we are able to find together pragmatic solutions that will be also quickly published if we find such solutions, that everybody knows how to deal with the new topics. So please, next slide. Now I reach the second part of my presentation. What are the aims and the implementation of conformity assessment? I focus here on the NSA perspective and especially at the German NSA perspective, because I don't know exactly how the other NSA work. In my opinion, the IOP regulation suffered because there was no further development or improvement of the regulation since it was set into force. If you compare it to other regulations, for instance, the Service Regulation 550/2005, there were a lot of improvements. For instance, in 2005 and 2007, new regulations or detailed regulations came into force. It was 2096 and 1315. They were updated with regulations 1035, 1034 in 2011, and now it's covered in the new regulation 2017-373. And if you compare it to the IOP regulation, there happened nothing. And so I think it was urgent necessary to do some development here. And now I would like to stress the problems we had with the IOP regulations and the solutions I expect with the conformity assessment. One problem was to distinct the EATMN. That means which equipment is within the EATMN and has therefore declared in declaration of verification and which not. For future, I think that the certification or declaration or statement of compliance is only for ATM ANS equipment where detailed specs exists. And so for me, it's very clear which equipment is under our oversight or is part of specification or declaration. Another item was the assignment of the system type. That means to which of the 8 systems fits a declaration of verification. Here also, I think the assignment of a system type is fixed via detailed specification if they available. Next slide, please. The declaration of verification have to deliver evidence against the essential requirements because there were no further details. And our problem was in the past, the essential requirements are really essential, and therefore it was really difficult for the ANSPs to deliver evidences. And we had the problem to oversee that. And I think the conformity assessment in future will be better there because there are detailed specifications and the evidences against this detailed specification will be very easy because detailed specifications contain mostly recognized technical standards. We practice this in our national rule for type certification, and we also use their technical standards, and that works very well. The next item is the effort for the creation of declaration of verification and technical files by the ANSPs. I hope that the new conformity assessment brings there some effort for the ANSPs. That will be, no, sorry. I expect that the new conformity assessment reduces the effort for ANSPs because the substitution of declaration of verification through the certification and declaration, because then tasks for the DPOs. But will that bring really cost reduction? The DPOs will have additional costs for the certification on its organization and also for the certification and declaration of the equipment. And I think the DPO will hand over the certification costs and the declaration costs to the ANSP. On the other hand, the ANSPs will probably have benefits not to issue DOVs and may use existing processes for the verification of conformity and also for the deployment procedures. Also, there should need less effort to deploy certified and declared equipment. To reach that, in my opinion, I think it's necessary to develop detailed specification carefully to balance the effort for DPO and the benefits for ANSP. And therefore, I think we have to really be careful with the deployment as a development of the certification specifications. Next slide, please. For the future, I think we should focus more on tests, on functional checks, on structured deployment instead of the ANSP's paperwork to create declaration of verification. And I think the conformity assessment will deliver that, because they urge ANSPs to have processes to perform tests, test equipment, measuring devices, and inspections, that functions are there and work properly in their systems. Also, the ANSPs have to perform tests and inspections, not only to have the processes, also to run the processes. And the last important item for me is that the tests and inspections have to be done in an impartial manner. Impartial manner, in my opinion, is necessary to ensure that you get objective test and inspection results. If you imagine that one person is responsible for both the timely commissioning and the proper inspection, and if the pressure for the timely commissioning is high enough, it's likely that the proper testing will suffer. And therefore, I think really it's important that the inspections have to be done in impartial way. These needs for these processes, I think the most of the ANSPs have set processes in force and they use it also. But in the past, we don't have had our focus on the oversight on these processes. Now we have material, we have AMC and guidance material, and that is covered in AMC1, ATM ANS or A045, and also in guidance material. So that were my presentation. If you have questions, please feel free to ask.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you. It is really appreciated. And maybe before we open the floor to the questions where Chris is going to guide us, maybe from the other side, we need one clarification where we need really to highlight certain aspects, and this leads us to a reconsideration for the development of the detailed specs. Brian, please.
Thank you very much, Asha. In both presentations, I believe a statement was made to the effect that if no specification has been published, no attestation in new framework is necessary for something which has not been published. Yeah. So I think GA for which DSs are not identified does not fall within the scope of the new framework. I think a statement was made on both framework in both presentations. I must say that this is not really a true statement. Yeah. The framework is applicable to all the equipment which falls within that framework. So anything that falls within the definition of certification, declaration, and SOC after the date is applicable. Hence, we said at the early stage that if nothing has been applied, the general part is the applicable part that has to be used. However, we note that this is some confusion, and we were considering, we have a little chat here and considering maybe, and we will consider this, that in the detailed specifications that we will publish, we will put holding places in to try and indicate as many of the systems that we can think of at this moment in time which are in place. So there'll be more sections, more parts in the one to be published, but they will just be holding sections, say provision to be filled in later, sort of thing, to give you the impression that everything in that section those are subject to the framework. I hope that clarifies a little bit more. We'll try and clarify a bit more, and maybe it's something for the frequently asked questions later on as well. But we'll see if we can improve that clarification. Thank you.
Okay, I'll switch to the Slido. In fact, I think the first question that we've got here is from Terry Barbazat, and it's for Giuseppe. Giuseppe, can you hear as well?
Yes.
Okay, I'll read the question and then I'll let you answer to it, please. In the question, it says, Giuseppe stated, ground equipment for which detailed specifications are not identified does not fall within the scope of the new framework. I thought that we just did that. Sorry, Giuseppe, Brian is telling me that we just answered this question.
Yes, exactly.
Sorry, thank you. So the next question comes from Ute Schiffel. I'm not really sure. I think this goes also for Giuseppe, but perhaps also for the panel. The question is, did I understand correctly that SWAL assignment and stating that equipment is safe for use is moved to DPOs? I got that impression from previous sessions and disagree, since safety, as same as security, depends on the operational usage of the equipment. What is your opinion?
Maybe I'll take that one then, Giuseppe. Yes, we did say in the previous sessions that the SWAL will be developed and will be declared by the DPO. So the DPO will be designing and supplying a bit of equipment system to a specific swell level. It will be their decision, yeah, on what swell level the applicant, the DPO, wishes to design the equipment to and supply it to. One would assume, like any good manufacturer, any good equipment supplier, they will do some research to determine which is the best one to use to get their best return on their investment, because the higher the swell, the more it costs you. To perform it. So they will have a DP. They will have the swell level declared. What the ANSP will be required to do is to ensure that the declared swell level by the manufacturer is fit for their operations. If it is not, it will be very difficult for them to buy and put in that bit of equipment into operations. So this is also a bit of market research, market talking that needs to be go on between the general market, the general ANSPs, and the DPOs. There are a number of questions about swell, I think, in the thing. Hopefully that will address most of them. I know there is a reference to, there was a question further down. Sorry, I'm jumping the gun. Sorry. To try and cover the swell in one hit. To ED 153, saying it's the ANSP's responsibility. Of course, if you notice in the DSs that we preferred, we actually quoted that this ED 153 was a guidance material, not a means to comply with these requirements. So we recognize it doesn't really fit within the new framework. It was designed and within the framework which we're moving away from. So you've got to bear in mind that also is the case. So you cannot go from the fact that the standard says it's a certain's responsibility into the framework which says it's somebody else's responsibility. It is the DPOs to declare it, and then the NSPs to either use it or not in their system and buy it. I hope that clarifies this issue about swell. I'm sure we will have lots more questions as we move on about things, but we will try and capture a lot of these. I think there's good ones for maybe some frequently asked questions as we move forward later on in the autumn. I hope that addresses a lot of the issues around that application. Sorry, Chris. I've pinched a lot of the questions in one go.
Just to be sure, I think then you also addressed Ute Schiefel's other questions that's still at the top of the list. It's the one which says, okay. Then I move on to the question from Fran. Thank you, Giuseppe. Just to be sure, the statement of compliance is just a declaration pointing all that the AMC's documentation evidences used for the ground equipment conformity process. All those sets of documentation is kept by the ANSP for the functional change scope and the certifying authority's oversight. Is this interpretation right? Do we still have Giuseppe on the call? I don't see him connected.
Yeah, he's in, but the video is not in, but he seems to be connected.
Giuseppe, that question was for you. Are you still connected to the call? Can you take that question? Probably stepped away from it. What we'll do is take it offline and send it back to Giuseppe and get it answered after.
We can confirm as affirmative that that assumption is the right interpretation.
Yeah, thank you. I've seen it the same. I think Giuseppe made the statement, and we want to confirmation by EASA if it's correct. And you confirm. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. Next question is from Vincent Amistad from NATS. If an ANSP designs and builds an integrated system, for example, integrating software from various suppliers onto a data center infrastructure, noting that this may involve DPO type activities, and some specifications can only be fully implemented and verified at this level, Is the ANSP expected to certify as a DPO?
A very simple answer. There are two ifs in the question, but if the equipment is subject is certifiable equipment, and if the activities performed by the ANSP involve design production activities, in those cases the answer is affirmative. Yes, that ANSP would need to be approved as DPO to be in a position to have those privileges. Yes.
The next question we have comes from Niels Palmqvist. Is it foreseen that ANSPs will not have to participate in or can reduce activities like factory acceptance test and site acceptance test in the future? If an equipment has been certified or declared, it should be 100% compliant with all technical functional requirements.
Yes, the answer is affirmative, and this is exactly the purpose, because currently there is a lack of certification and declaration, and the full responsibility lies with the ATM ANS provider. We have had these activities. But with the new framework, this will be not the case. Thank you.
Just one clarification. You used the word site acceptance test. That we would classify as the integration testing when you integrate the system in. So some sort of testing will be still required, but it's integration testing in accordance with the manufacturer's instructions.
Thanks, Brian. Next question. It's tough because they're jumping around as people vote, so I'll take this one quick before it changes. From R.O. Sorana Pound Pop. What is the process to follow for an NSA to support EASA in its activity?
Well, this is a very general question. I will try to answer that. Of course, among competent authorities, both NSAs and EASA are competent authorities for different regulated parties. There will be a need for information exchange and for coordination and for management of certain processes. I would say that of course there would be a need to have means to support those information exchange and coordination processes. Maybe with that general question, I would also stay there with that general answer. Yeah, thank you. Now, just to complement a bit the answer, if the question would be about participation, contribution to those oversight activities under EASA scope, I would like to highlight the existence of the partnership agreements framework, where EASA partners with the NAAs interested in participating in that activity. And of course, that mechanism, which is used by many domains in the aviation system, in the EASA system, will also be applicable here, and it is EASA's intention to partner with NAAs, with those that would have the capabilities, capacity, and willingness, of course, to support EASA. EASA has the aim to involve and make use of these instruments too. If the question was in that respect, I confirm the EASA's interest to follow that path.
The next question comes from Linda Lavik from Indra. Giuseppe referred to a proposed template for statement of compliance. The proposed template recommends to include a statement of compliance to the EASA detailed specification. Assuming that this is the template to be used for all equipment in the transition phase, how to address equipment for which no detailed specifications are ready, for example, the nav equipment?
As it was already addressed, there are general part which is applicable for all the ATM ANS equipment, and as it is already mentioned by Brian, we are going to consider to list the equipment, to be more precise, which will be the subject to the certification declaration of the statement of compliance. So there will be no such kind of a lack. There is an echo. There will be no such kind of a lack of the detailed spec, because the minimum detailed specs that you need to demonstrate compliance will be the general part. But because there is still misunderstanding on these particular aspects, we are considering to somehow list the different equipment that need to be tested. Thank you.
Anastasia, just to say that I'm back. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Giuseppe, we hear you. Thank you. They answered the question in your absence.
The most feared event has happened, the power outage. It's incredible. Anyway, so thank you for answering the question on my behalf. Thank you. Sorry again.
Thank you, Giuseppe. I'm glad it worked out. The next question that we have, there's, unless they change, there's two from Sonia Hirsch. The first one is supporting the final point of Giuseppe's preliminary conclusions from a Met service provider point of view. Will EASA issue further AMC guidance material to sufficiently address the deviation regarding requirements such as SWAL allocation risk assessment within SOC.GEN.005 and or 004?
Thank you very much. This again leads on from the earlier response that I did to the SWAL question. This is definitely an open question. As we move forward with these specifications, the SOCs, and also the CS, the SECs and the DECs, SEERS and DECs, sorry. We can, and we do foresee the possibility of actually specifying the SWAL levels within those which are required. Probably these will be, especially for maybe the air ground, to start with, where we need to ensure consistency of approach. Of course, specifying such a thing will be done in full consultation with all the parties in that sense, to make sure we have a consistent approach to the allocation of the correct SWAL level. Also, as we move forward, I would foresee, hopefully, that as we said, a lot of these information, a lot of these things are supported by industry standards, and those industry standards will, in that sense, understand what the safety are, will understand what the SWAL, what the safety cases are behind it, and also be able to indication of what sort of SWAL levels are required from that point of view. So this is the starting point. It is best we've got at the moment. As we move forward, we do definitely see changes to the way the SWAL levels are mentioned, defined, and integrated into the system, so they are clearer and more precise for people to use as we move forward. This is what we've got today. We're working with the minimum information that we have available today, but as we move forward, we do see things changing, hopefully for the better, more consistent, to support more consistent and harmonized implementations as we move forward in the future. Of course, reducing maybe cost budgets, etc. in the future.
The next question again from Sonia. Equipment enabling the provision of meteorological services according to the EU 2017/373 Annex 5 was not subject to competent authorities under the EC 552/2004. Issuing a statement of compliance may not be business as usual for the Met service provider. How does EASA ensure to provide sufficient guidance for this new task to both Met service providers and authorities?
Thank you for the question. This is one of the candidates for frequently asked questions, because we have received by emails from other stakeholders. It should be clarified that there is a discrepancy or inconsistency between the essential requirements which are in the 552 and the other basic regulation Annex 8. Because in the 552, it refers to the equipment enabling the meteorological information. Well, when we are looking at the the essential requirements to EASA basic regulation, it refers to the procedure and systems enabling the provision of meteorological services. It means the complete, not only those who are enabling the transmission of meteorological information. So in this context, is correct. The scope is extended. It has been extended since 2018 when EASA basic regulation has been adopted. And in the context of how the agency is going to provide sufficient guidance. So as we have mentioned several times during the day, this is not the end of the story. It will be a long journey, and just the first set was purely to try to transpose the current status quo. From autumn, we are going to further propose additional MC guidance material, including this aspect as well. Thank you.
The last one comes from Dragan Bilac. If detailed specifications doesn't exist for certain hardware or software, for example, the application which provides to the ATCO the radar availability chart on an auxiliary display, is it subject of this regulatory package? I would say neither CER, DEC, nor statement of compliance are applicable in this case. Only change management should be applied.
Yeah, Chris, thank you. I can take that one. Just to clarify that Articles 4, 5, 6 in the Delegated Act address what is subject to certification, declaration, statement of compliance, respectively. In the case of ATC equipment supporting certain functionalities like separation of aircraft, the equipment is subject to certification. In the case of other ATC equipment, the applicable attestation method would be the statement of compliance. So the answer would be that at least equipment supporting air traffic control service provision will need to be subject to a statement of compliance.
That was the last question in the queue from Slido. Nothing more in the room? Please.
Yes, I have a general remark. We have talked about testing, and we noticed that all the items related to testing is described in the guidance material, not in the requirement, not in the EMC. Is it EASA's intention to make it very soft, the request to test?
If we are referring to the testing before the issue of the statement of compliance, it is addressed as an AMC, and I think, if my memory serves me correctly, it's either to Article 6 of the Delegated Act, or under yes, because there is the requirements for the issue of the statement of compliance. The testing and the verification activities before the issue of the statement of compliance should be into the aims and guidance material to Article 6. But if you see that it's very light, we are going to take the note, and we will further consider how to make it more visible. Thank you.
If I may just complement, yes, I would like to indicate that the presence or not at the level of the AR doesn't mean that those activities would be more important or less, or whether it would be a more stringent or lighter approach. The framework is prepared to address the conformity assessment of a huge array of different equipment, and as discussed several times today, allowing for the maximum an approach as not agnostic as possible in terms of architectures. So depending on the system, on the particular case, some tests might be more relevant or less, and depending on the implementation, And therefore, of course, we see more that kind of requirement at the level of the soft law, the NCGM, than directly at the level of the IR. But that, in our view, wouldn't mean that it would be lighter or less stringent, just to complement. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to get started now with the final session on airspace usage requirements with Brian. Go.
Good afternoon once again. It's my pleasure to lead you through this last little session to explain the rules on airspace usage requirements. As it said, it's airspace usage. This particular section and rules are mainly aimed at the aircraft operators and are results of the transposition of the IOPs into the EASA framework. So what does the rule actually consist of? This moment consists of has been proposed. Oh, actually, sorry, not proposed, been adopted. I got that wrong. Yeah, basically we have the standard structures that we have in the framework. We have a basic rule there with scope, definitions, procedures, and the repeals, the embassies, and the entry into force dates. That's the standard regulatory framework for forming these rules. But then we have two annexes. We have the annexes on communication and we have the annex on surveillance. So what we'll do first of all is we'll take you through these annexes, not through the base regulation, but through the annexes, which are the really bits of interest. And first we will deal with the COM part of the system. So we look at COM and we look at the Title 1 of COM. There again we have the scope. We have what the parts with the aircraft equipage requirements, what the equipment the aircraft have to carry, and the operating procedures that the aircraft operators need to comply with when operating data link services. Along with this one, and because we had a number of exemptions on the 5.5 issued in accordance with the Data Link Regulation 29/2009, to ensure continuality of those exemptions, Annexes 1 and Annexes 2 have been introduced, which actually mirrors the exemptions published in one of the decisions. I can't remember the decision number off the top of my head. I forgot to write it down. But it's exactly the same decisions to enable those aircraft which were previously exempt to continue flying in the airspace within European airspace. We then have the VCS, we call it voice communications again. This is the 8.3, the transition of the 8.33 requirements, carriage requirements for the aircraft. And again, so quite simply, you have the scope, basically 8.33, and then you have what the aircraft are required to quit with, basically 8.33 radios. Very simple in that sense. Then we move now on to surveillance. Surveillance comes from the old SPI rule, this has been pushed into the aircraft world for the aircraft people and the airspace usage requirements. Again, we have a title there, which is the dependent, we call it dependent cooperative surveillance. In that sense, again, we have standard things like scope, the aircraft equipage requirements, what they have to equip with in terms of MODES transponders and ADSB. Of course, it's exactly the same equipage levels that we had in the old rule in terms of weight, speeds, and those sort of things, and which aircraft do not have to carry under what conditions. We have the conditions on the inoperative transponders, which are standard, which are quite standard in there. We have conditions which are beyond, go beyond just the large airplanes, which was in the original rule, to make sure that the 24-bit addresses are fully integrated and fully put into the aircraft in the correct manner. Of course, we have the standard things for aircraft operators, the training procedures that they need to accomplish. So again, these are very simple rules. They come from the implementing rules, or that's the IOP implementing rules. Only the aircraft operating parts with these are incorporated. And of course, to support all that, we have a number of AMCs that have been guidance material that have been developed. These are we're going into details, a couple of details of them in a minute, but these are very simple, very generic. They actually tell you how to comply with the fact what equipage, when you say you've got to equip, what equipage should be, as you see, because you know requirements of aircraft equipage, operations and things, they are quite straightforward to do. And they come from, in particular, from the surveillance side, and they come exactly from the decision that was previously issued by EASA with respect to the SPR regulation. So they are continuation of the existing requirements for equipage. So we take a little look now at more details in what you see, and you'll see the general thing, which again is happening. You see for the COM, for the data link services, we take the aircraft operators on the aircraft manufacturers to the fact that the aircraft have to comply with the airborne requirements, CSA/CNS. Here we had to maybe give a demonstration of how we're trying to make sure we've got air-ground commonality between the systems. Here we actually bring everybody back down to a CSA/CNS, which the EASA has issued. The same goes for the COM 3005 there, which is to do with voice channel spacing. We bring it back to a specific section of CSA/CNS, which is certification requirements for aircraft. We then have those requirements regarding on the equipage to do with what you have to file in flight plans, what you have to put into the different fields, and with respect to being compliant, or what you have to do if you're exempt, because there are those exemption conditions. So these are basic carry-ons from exactly what's been published in the fields already. Nothing new, nothing drastic. It's just packaging it all into the set framework. And if you look at SIR follows exactly the same pattern in that sense. We have got for the equipage, what the requirement of the equipage is. We bring you back to, again, CSA/CNS. For interoperability, no, for inoperative, sorry, we bring you back to the requirements of Sierra, to point you to the requirements of Sierra. And again, we actually specify what you should file when you are exempt. Again, these are exactly the same conditions that were previously published in the previous decision. And also we give some guidance materials on what we mean when we say something has to be is considered serviceable. Again, it's exactly the same conditions, exactly the same level of requirement which was previously published. So from that point of view, the AAUR is a very simple rule. All these requirements are very well known. They are been taken from the existing regulations and repackaged virtually almost. The MC is really word for word from what they were before. Nothing has really changed in that sense. So that's basically the requirements for AUR. Thank you. Any questions?
So now we've reached the final part, wrap up and conclusions. Sakis, if you want to summarise things, we're all good to go.
I think we had a very useful meeting today where, as we said in the beginning, we will try to focus today, like we did in the previous workshops, on the new material which has been presented in the form of this MPA on the detailed specs and AMC and guidance material that relate to the respective implementing rules that have been adopted last week. I think what I take away from this session is it is the first set of material that is required, necessary to enable the implementation, the rollout, the deployment, whatever we want to call it, after 13th of September 2023, when the packages will also enter into force officially. What I also take away from this session, that we will have to do also much more fine-tuning and eventually also adjustments, because today we received many useful and valuable feedback on some aspects of the packages that we presented in the, the way we formulated in the MPA. That, of course, will be, your feedback will be taken into account, and that will be considered when we will finalize the respective ED decisions for the detailed specs and the AMC and guidance material. That is one aspect that we will do. Of course, I can already announce we will have very, very strict, I will say, time frames and milestones to respect. Hence, I think we can also already say that it will be very difficult for the agency already at this stage, and me anticipating, to consider an extension of the public consultation period after the 2nd of August, as indicated in the MPA. This will be very, very difficult on our side if we want to meet, I will say, mid of September. Most probably the date that also the packages will be published. But of course, as we said in many different occasions, this is a continuous process. It is the first version, 1.0. I think on many different, I will say, packages, we will have version 2.0 of the specs and the AMCs that you have seen today. And I think in the future, we will also see new CSs and DSs and AMC with 1.0. So the first version, whenever, for example, we capture the need for a new soft rule to be developed, of course, this is going then also to be discussed with you. And as we also made our commitment in the previous cycle to work with you, we will also continue this good process to work with you for the development of that material. So it will not be us doing it, but the people that are implementing the rules, applying the rules, gaining experience on those that will work with us in developing especially the soft rules for the next iteration. Having said this, and also closing, I will say, this session, we were also very, very pleased with, I will say, not only what my colleagues have presented, but they are the ones that are most familiar with the process, but we appreciated also a lot, and we valued also a lot what we have seen from our partners, I will say Giuseppe and Michel, who presented from ENAF and BAF, because I think for 99%, except of this minor, I will say, part where we complemented and clarified our understanding, I think this shows that already at this stage we have quite mutual understanding on how this new framework can be applied across Europe. I think both from ANSP side, and also NSA side. And of course, this brings me also to the point, to my next slide, and this is where I wanted actually to flow over. We have also received many, many different requests. If you can move to the next slide, please. We have also received many different requests. What is next? So I think in terms of implementation support, I already announced that it is not finished here. This is only the start. And we know that during the next few years, we will need to work closely together and to cooperate in implementing this new framework. I think the agency has also shown over the last years, I think since its establishment, And I think it was even more difficult when we were only a couple of colleagues back in 2004. But since its establishment, that it is ready and it is willing to cooperate with all relevant actors and stakeholders to implement, I will say, new framework, new concepts. And we will do the same thing here. And I think we have much more maturity now, because in our systems, we have also many different stakeholder groups and advisory bodies. And with those groups where you have representative delegates from many different, I will say, areas from the aviation community, be it industry, be it delegates from the NSAs and professional organizations, we will be able to capture and to steer, I will say, and correct where we need to adjust. On this slide, I gave only a few examples of how and what we are doing in our advisory bodies, but I wanted also to share with you that this is for us the kind of fora that we will use as of now. I think for the next, not months, but I think for the next couple of years, you will see this. It will be some kind of regular agenda item on the agenda of the Stakeholder Advisory Board, the MAP, and also the ATM and ANS TAP and TEC. You will see a standing point on the agenda appearing on ATM ground equipment, providing updates on the implementation, but also having opportunities to exchange with you what issues you are facing and how we can also correct and accompany you in this process. Of course, it is not only finishing through our, I will say, in a way, statutory obligations, because this is one of our statutory tasks to engage with those established, I will say, fora. We are also open, and we already do it for all our other activities. If you have a specific need, we will also engage with you in having a dedicated meeting to address specific issues that are, I will say, tailored or very specific to your organization. And of course, we committed also last week in the EASA committee, we will also be able to provide at higher level, at political level, also updates if there is a need for that in the EASA committee. Now, that brings me to the next slide, which is, I think it's a mere repetition of what Manuel said this morning, but I wanted simply to highlight that the milestone is September. And I think what I wanted to repeat here and remind is that in September, we expect to have the regulatory acts at one point adopted, published. And we will also, as I indicated, we will aim also to have the draft ED decisions available just after the publication of the regulatory acts. Why? Because you need that material. We already indicated many times today that this is an enabler for you also to continue your work on your side. Now, having said this, a couple of, I will say, quick, what are we going to do with the material that we have received, that you have received and we have presented today? So we have recorded, I will say, everything we said. So the video and all the presentations, they will be made available on the Evans web page. So it is going to go public. So on the EASA website, under that specific event of today, you will find the video and the related slide deck that we presented today. And of course, the record of this meeting, which is called EASA YouTube, I understood from John, it's a new instrument that we have. The EASA YouTube is also going to be made available on this, I will say, page. We also committed that your useful feedback through Slido, this is not lost. So what we are going to do, we are going to review those questions, and the ones with the highest attention, the ones that were marked most, we will also use them for the first FAQ that we will produce hopefully over a couple of weeks' time. So this material you will see reappearing, of course, without names, but this is going to reappear at one point on our website. And of course, at that point, we will also create a specific page, not on the events page, but on a specific page on the agency's website, where we will also regularly update the community on what comes next and any, I will say, latest developments or information that is useful for the community. For example, I received a question during lunch or the break. What about training? And of course, I already announced we are working on the training. It is planned to take place beginning of 2024. So this is the milestone that we have set for ourselves, to have the material, the course material ready. But of course, for you to enroll for those trainings, you need also to subscribe. That means also that we will make available this kind of information very, very soon on our website. More information where and how and what you need to do to get this possibility to follow those kind of trainings. I think I came on my side. I captured all the points. I covered, I think, everything I wanted to say. From my side, I want to thank about 220, at one point even 240 participants in hybrid form across Europe that attended this event from different kind of, I will say, organizations. But also you being present here today. So my thanks for your attention, but also for this very, very good meeting where we had an opportunity to bring, to create a better understanding how and what perspectives are still out there that we perhaps need still to bring information, so that when this system or the new framework and concept is implemented, that we can move forward together and I will say hand in hand, and ensure that we go over from, I will say, this new approach and it is implemented, I will say, in the most seamless way that we can think of. I know that especially in this domain, it is a completely new framework. So, of course, it will not be easy, but if we work together and if this good cooperative spirit continues, I believe that we will get there. So thank you from our side, I think from the whole team, but also from colleagues like John, who is not part of us, but accepted to be here and support us. Everyone that has been contributing and delivering to the success of this event. Many thanks. Thank you. And having said this, I will say the ones that go on holiday, we wish you all a very good holiday season wherever you go. We hope you go somewhere in Europe. Otherwise, continue good work, and we will see each other on the first opportunity here or in, at your place, because as we said, we will also open ourselves to come have roadshows, workshops at national or regional level. So probably we will not only meet here, but once we have finished the communication and change management plan, we will most probably see you also in your places, where you can also bring much more experts from your side and in the meetings to have an exchange with the agency. Thank you.